Your garden's ended up like 50 by
Are we ready, Laura? Andy, are you ready? Andy, are you ready?
Yes.
Elizabeth? All right, everybody. I'm going to open here the city council meeting for the city of San Clemente of Tuesday. Open the city council meeting of the city of San Clemente of Tuesday, October 3rd, 2023. Welcome. And we will start with closed session. City clerk, I understand we may have a comment or two,
We do have 3 speaker cards.
or 3.
Yes. So I will call the first speaker up, Delia Van Kampen, and this is for item A1.
Good evening, or afternoon, whichever one it is. My name is Delia Van Kampen, and I have been a resident of San Clemente for 20 years. My husband and I moved from Dana Point to San Clemente in 2003 and raised our children here. Both of my children are proud graduates of Marblehead Elementary, Short Cliffs Middle School, and San Clemente High School. I have worked for Family Assistance Ministries for the past 9 years and have witnessed firsthand the growth, the new opportunities, and more importantly, the thousands and thousands of residents that we have helped over the years. Glasses on, sorry. Let me preface this by expressing our deepest gratitude with the city for the partnership we have with you. You have been instrumental in enabling us to maximize the services and the support that we can provide to our community members in most need of assistance. FAM currently utilizes the building at 1030 Cayo Negocio for case management and food distribution services to support San Clemente residents, seniors, families, and children with aid as they work toward self-reliance. Last year, in 2022, from that building, we provided housed residents of San Clemente with $2.5 million in cash support for rental, primarily for rental and utility assistance. And this is funds that are paid directly to the landlord to avoid eviction and to service providers to avoid shutoff of services. About $1.4 million, almost $1.5 million was provided in food aid directly to San Clemente residents. Volunteer opportunities were provided to over 1,500 San Clemente residents who took time out of their day, many children. It's a learning lesson for children as they grow to serve their neighbors in need and strengthen our community's fabric. Our programs focus on prevention. Hunger and homelessness prevention is the pillar of the work that we do. 98% of the resources are spent on the housed community. Our housed residents comprise 94% of all of our, 94% of all of our clients, only 6% are unhoused. FAM clients participate with our case managers. They participate in robust self-reliance plans, and our role is to coach them on their journeys toward this self-sufficiency. We operate 56 shelter beds here in San Clemente for women and families, and we partner with the city to assist with Homeward Bound. Very, very successful program that we've had over the last 5 or 6
Sorry,
years.
ma'am. I appreciate that. And I should have let you know, you have 3 minutes.
Oh.
So that.
Thank you
that's
very
all the
much for your
you have,
time.
But I appreciate your comments.
Amanda?
And just a reminder, yeah, we do have 3 minutes for each speaker. That's it. I'm going to have to cut you off. And green light starts it. Yellow light means you have 1 minute left. Thank you.
Hello, council members, city staff, city attorney, and city manager. I've been a resident for over 50 years, and last year, when it was on the agenda item for the lease, when the lease was up for FAM, I was not able to speak. However, I remember seeing an email from Ms. Andrade, the CEO of FAM, to Mayor Gene James. And in that letter, either in the first or second paragraph, it stated that they were wanting to move. However, at the city council meeting, it was a different narrative. The narrative had changed. So I'm really concerned about that. As a 50-year resident, I support people who help others, and it's great to have a great big heart. However, I recently took a tour at FAM, and there were some red flags that I saw on the tour. It seemed to me that they needed a bigger space for safety and to, better themselves as far as more things that they can do, as far as services they can provide. But it was just too cramped. And to me, as a retired registered nurse, I thought to myself, this is an accident waiting to happen. So the last speaker had mentioned about self-sufficiency. And I think that's really important to think about right now. Our city council really have helped FAM to reduce their rent. And I think that all the 990 forms show that they're getting a lot of money from a lot of entities and cities. And I think that the city of San Clemente and its residents have helped them pretty well to be self-sufficient, and I think it's time to move on, and hopefully they could either find another building or pay market rate value of that. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And then we also have a speaker on item A2.
Okay.
Excuse me, we have one more speaker on A1.
Okay.
So Tawny Burns?
I'm new to this. It's okay. I wasn't planning on speaking because I think you guys got my email today, so I just thought I would show up, so I feel it's important to speak. I have been involved with FAM in the past. My 2 girls were in assistings, and we volunteered. We provided lunches for FAM, and we also adopted families over the holidays. And we'd have the privilege of being in their homes and giving back. And I found that very rewarding. And you could tell it really meant a lot to these families because they struggled and they were living paycheck to paycheck. But here we are today. We have a homeless issue. I'm all about helping the families. But a lot of these homeless people do not want help. I have witnessed several times them walking with their single bag down the street into Marblehead Canyon. I live in Marblehead Canyon, and I used to be on Marblehead Master Board. There is another board member here that currently serves. So she has actually witnessed and been in the encampments that have been down there. We have asked the city to help us with the drones, and the drone program, I guess, in the city hasn't quite taken off yet. And that's a big piece of property, and we have spent thousands and thousands of dollars getting the homeless removed from that encampment. FAM, it brings those people, it's feeding those people, and they're taking their food back into the encampment. So we are an HOA that owns a large piece of the property. So we're trying to manage it. Fire hazard is a big concern for the homeowners. So I think there's a lot to consider. I think FAM's mission is awesome, but I think it's gone too far to where you're enabling people. And I can attest to that because I have a brother who's a drug addict and he was homeless. But he got in trouble by the law and had to serve his time. So I think there's avenues out there for people to seek help, but they do not want it. And we all pay taxes, and our families deserve to be safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Tony.
And we have one speaker on item A2, and that is Amanda.
So I guess these 3 lots are coming up, and they've been on the agenda for a couple city council meetings. And of course, it's a closed session discussion, and I don't know what it really is about. However, if it involves OCFA, I think the most important thing is to provide or offer a lease for 2.3 acres in developed area at the Southwest Avenida, the corner of Southwest Avenida, Vista Hermosa, and La Plata. I think that it's right there, right next door to it, and, I would support that. The other lot, which is on Veracruz and Vista Hermosa, is on our open spaces, and there's a concern regarding that. But also the Vista Hermosa Park is a 3.3 acre undeveloped lot. However, it's zoned for a park. It's in the Vista Hermosa Sports Park, and I would like to maintain that as a sports park. But anyways, I just want to make sure that hopefully it'll be on the corner of Vista Hermosa and La Plata. Thank you.
Thank you. No further comments, City Clerk?
No further comments. I will announce the property negotiations before you recess to closed session. This evening, you will be discussing real property negotiations, APN 688-142-35. The property is lease of an approximate 8,934 square foot freestanding office warehouse building located at 1030 Cali Negocio. City negotiator is Andy Hall, city manager. Negotiating parties are Family Assistance Ministries, and under negotiation are the price and terms. Number 2 is real property negotiations. I will note that you are eliminating one of these properties from your discussion. It's APN 679152-03, and that is the 3.3 acre undeveloped lot at the southeast corner of Avenida Vista Hermosa and Camino Veracruz. You will be discussing APN 678-163-01 and part of APN 678-163-01. Those are the 2.7 acre undeveloped area on the west side of Vista Hermosa Park and the 2.3 acre undeveloped area at the southwest Avenida Vista Hermosa and La Plata. City negotiators, Andy Hall, city manager, Cecilia Gallardo Daly, community development director, and Jonathan Lightfoot, city planner. And the negotiating parties are Orange County Fire Authority. Under negotiation are price and terms. And finally, real property negotiations, APN 678-163-01. Property is 1.1 acre undeveloped area west of Courtney Sandcastle Playground of Vista Hermosa Sports Park. City negotiator, Andy Hall. City manager and Samantha Wiley, director of Beaches, Parks, and Recreation. Negotiating parties, Salty Turf, and under negotiation are price and terms.
All right, thank you. Would anyone like to make a motion?
Make a motion, we go into closed session? I'll second.
A motion is Noblock, second is Enmeyer. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Looks like it's unanimous. We'll see you in a little bit. General communications? Yeah, okay. City attorney will do that. Okay. Let's see. We all ready? All right, everybody. Welcome to the regular city council meeting for the city of San Clemente of October 3rd, 2023. Thank you all for coming. I am Chris Duncan, Mayor, this is our city council here. We are to start the business meeting here just a few minutes late, and I'll call the meeting to order. Now, I understand from our city clerk that our individual who's going to come for the invocation is not able to make it, so I'm going to ask Mayor Pro Tem Noblock to go ahead and provide the invocation. And so I'd say please rise if you care to participate.
Okay, please bow your hearts to the Lord. Father in heaven, we thank you for this gathering. We thank you that you give us freedom in this nation. And we ask this evening for wisdom to do what's right by our community, what's right in your eyes. And give us wisdom in this regard, we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. All right, please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Dennis Grimes, is that you over there? You want to come up to the podium and lead us in the pledge?
Absolutely, I'd be honored, Mayor. Thank you.
Please place your right hand over your heart.
Okay, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you for letting me serve.
All right, thank you, Dennis. Okay, we're taking roll call. Note that all 5 council members are present. On to
Special presentation.
special presentation, City Clerk.
First item on the agenda is presentation of proclamations recognizing California Native American Day and Indigenous Peoples' Day. This is a presentation to Sean Acuna. He's the tribal chair of the Juaneño Band of Indians. And Sean, if you would like to come on up to the podium, there you are.
Yeah, you want to go? And I'll ask the council to approach as well.
Thank you for being here. I've been to, that's a good idea. Thank you for being here. Yeah, make sure it's on. Testing, yeah. I've been to the events at the park, many events, and we met just a couple of weeks ago at the surfing event that you also attended. We have a presentation from the City of San Clemente. Whereas the City of San Clemente recognizes the importance of acknowledging and honoring the rich history, culture, and contributions of California Native Americans, whereas California Native American Day provides an opportunity to celebrate the heritage, traditions, and resilience of California Native peoples, and whereas California Native American Day offers a chance to educate the community about the diverse California Native American cultures that have shaped our regions and our states. Whereas the City of San Clemente aims to promote inclusivity, diversity, and respect for all individuals and communities within the City of San Clemente limits, and whereas recognizing California Native American Day will foster a greater understanding and appreciation of the historical and contemporary issues faced by California Native American communities, and whereas many counties and cities across the state of California have already established California Native American Days as an official observance to honor the indigenous people of this land, the Mayor, Chris Duncan, and the City Council hereby proclaim September 22nd as California Native American Day. Thank you for being here.
You want to say some words? If I may.
Yeah, absolutely.
I wrote a couple of things.
Absolutely.
If
The podium.
if time allows, except I dropped it. Oh, no, wing it.
Let me leave this here and then we'll take it.
Well, I guess I'm going to have to. Miyon, Chalupa. It means I greet you in our native Ahashiman Wanenyo language. Aho, I appreciate this on behalf of the Wanenyo Band of Mission Indians, Ahashiman Nation, and for all indigenous cultures that live and reside in San Clemente. I find this an honor to receive this from my home city, to be a part of San Clemente and the diverse culture it represents. Being honored and receiving this for the people that continue our culture and continue to live in the grounds, and to our native village of Panhe, just to the south of us at San Mateo, and the struggle that we went to preserve that area. And as we ongoing and we continue to protect and perpetuate our culture in the community and the surrounding cities which we reside in. Thank you.
You want to do this one? Okay. Okay, don't go too far. We also have a second one here. Luckily, we already took our picture, so we're good there. Yeah, I mean, look, the Hachiman people that were on this land are incredibly important to us, right? And we just honored them actually at World Surf League finals as well, right? And so this is something that the community very much appreciates and recognizes as the tradition from the native peoples in this area. So it's our honor to also present you with an award here for Indigenous Peoples Day. And I'll just kind of skip to the good stuff, but it's a movement meant to replace Columbus Day for positive impact that the indigenous people have made on American society. And today we celebrate and honor the culture, traditions, and achievements of indigenous people who were in America long before European colonization. So now, therefore, I, Chris Duncan, the mayor of the city of San Clemente, acting on behalf of the city council and the citizens of San Clemente, do hereby proclaim October 9th as Indigenous Peoples Day. And Sean will present you with this plaque as well.
Next item on the agenda is presentation of a proclamation to Shane Mall, Division Chief, Orange County Fire Authority, declaring October 8th through 14th, 2023 as Fire Prevention Week.
TJ, you want to come up too? Okay, you want him to have all the glory, okay. Shane is here just about every city council meeting, I think, on behalf of our beloved firefighters and the Orange County Fire Authority. And I'm sure you have a few comments as well, and I'm going to get into the practice of skipping through these plaques. You can go read the fine print later. But I think everyone would appreciate us kind of being very efficient here. But this is Fire Prevention Week, right? And so whereas we recognize fire is a serious public safety concern, both locally and nationally, and homes are where people are at the greatest risk from fire, right? That's something we're all feeling right now. And we are in a fire risk area, and that's something that people understand and are concerned about, and people are losing fire insurance because of that, right? So I'll skip here to the bottom. Whereas the 2023 Fire Prevention Week theme, Cooking Safety Starts With You, pay important attention to fire prevention effectively serves to remind us to educate everyone about simple but important actions, and Shane's going to tell us all about those, that they can take to keep themselves and those around them safe from cooking fires. Now, therefore, be it resolved, I, Chris Duncan, Mayor of the City of San Clemente, California, acting on behalf of the City Council, do hereby declare October 8th through 14th, 2023, Fire Prevention Week, and urge San Clemente residents to practice safe cooking habits, stay in the kitchen while cooking, remove items from around the stove that can catch fire. Who hasn't had any of this happen? I think this is resonating here. And support the many public safety activities and efforts of the Orange County Fire Authority during Fire Prevention Week 2023. And here you go, Shane. Yeah, please say a few words and introduce our guest as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Thank you for recognizing Fire Prevention Week. We have our Deputy Chief of Operations, TJ McGovern, here as well. Also a San Clemente resident. But yeah, as it says here in the proclamation, cooking safety is our big focus this year. Obviously, it speaks to cooking safety begins with you, but truly all fire prevention and fire safety begins with you. It's a team effort between yourselves and us here at the Fire Authority. Obviously, we go out, we do our inspections of businesses and homes and fire inspections. We work with cities and code enforcement to make sure you guys are safe, but we really need a team effort from everybody. And this year is a heavy focus on the cooking safety, but a couple other big safety pieces I just want to hit on too is the importance of having smoke detectors in your homes. I'm sure you guys are well aware of it. It's been talked about for a long time, but please, please, please have your smoke detectors. That's your first line of defense to know that you have a fire. Make sure you have them, but not only that you have them, but that they work. Change the batteries and test them regularly to make sure you have working smoke detectors, because those truly do save lives. And then secondly, one little piece that's not often talked about, but Chief McGovern and the other firefighters in the crowd could speak to it, is the importance of closing your doors when you guys go to bed at night. Maybe you may or may not have heard this, but it's an important piece of fire safety. From us speaking with experience on fires, you can go to a fire and a fire can rip through an entire home, and then as we're cleaning up, we come to a door for a bedroom with the doors closed. You open that bedroom and a lot of times it looks just like this. The importance of that is if you're in that bedroom and a fire starts, those smoke and toxic fumes won't get in and cause you problems before you can hear your smoke detectors. It gives you a chance to hear the smoke detectors and get out. So again, thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you for partnering with us for Fire Prevention Week. And we really look forward or appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, you want to wait on the picture until we do the next one too, because when we get the same folks in the picture. Jeffy, no questions during this part, sorry. By the way, closing the, there's information in the back as well. And you can talk to Shane after he leaves the area. But also, closing the doors keeps the kids and the pets out too. Just auxiliary benefit. Okay. Well, City Clerk.
Yes, next item on the agenda is presentation of commendation to Orange County Fire Authority Division Chief Shane Mall. I'm going to add in Chief McGovern and retired Battalion Chief Bill Bundy, all whom have worked for San Clemente Fire Department in the past. We'll invite Chief Bundy up to the front, and the mayor will present a proclamation in remembrance of San Clemente Fire Department's beloved Fire Chief, Ronnie Coleman.
All right, yeah. I'm going to let the expert here talk a little bit about Ronnie, but I'll just say on behalf of the city of San Clemente and of course our city council and city staff. So we lost a legend a few days ago, you might have heard, Ronnie Coleman, who was a fire chief in San Clemente, but also state fire marshal and many other things, and a kind of a pioneer in fire safety, especially as it pertained to sprinklers. But as important as he was to the fire service, he was even more important to the city and to the residents here as just a beloved figure, a stud, someone that people really looked up to, and was a really good and important spokesperson for the city and our commitment to fire safety and firefighters, right? There's a town full of firefighters. I think we have the highest per capita in the state. At least we'll claim that. So, I'd like to turn it over to Chief Bundy and let you say a little bit about Ronnie as we kind of honor him and his passing and his incredible history and the mark that he left on all of us in the fire service in particular.
Well, I started with Ron back in the 80s, and actually, it was before that in the 70s, and we did a lot of controlled burns, a lot of training. The department was growing at that time. Actually, I think it was the first full-time fire chief back in San Clemente. I think it was 76. And somehow I landed in his world, and he hired me, and we went through our career a little bit together. And as I said, we did a lot of training, developed a lot of people. These guys, his father worked with us. He worked with us. So anyway, we developed the residential sprinkler program, did a lot of testing over and over and over, and slowly implemented it with the city. And at that point, I think Ron had bigger and better expectations of his career, moved on to Fullerton, and then from there became state fire marshal. And did a lot of work with CAL FIRE, changes, updating, converting a lot of the old school ideas and their whole operation as well. So it's been quite a journey. I'm sure he'd be very honored at this. And I know Marie's very appreciative of everything that these guys have done, and especially these guys. Seeing these guys grow up makes me feel old. But anyway, thank you very much, and pass that on.
All right, yeah, so I'll just close it out with just a little bit here before we take our picture here. Whereas Ronnie Coleman was the San Clemente Fire Department chief from March 1973 through January 1985. Whereas Chief Coleman went on to become state fire marshal and achieved many accolades throughout his remarkable career. Whereas Chief Coleman and his wife Marie always considered San Clemente home and never missed an opportunity to dine at a local favorite. Guess which one? Yes, it's Sonny's Pizza and Pasta. And whereas Chief Coleman and his wife Marie will always be in the highest regard in San Clemente. And now, therefore, I, Chris Duncan, Mayor of the City of San Clemente, acting on behalf of the City Council and the residents and citizens of San Clemente, extend my deepest condolences to Chief Coleman's beloved wife, Marie Coleman, his son, Chris Coleman, his daughter, Lisa Coleman, and their families, and do hereby thank the family for sharing Chief Coleman with the citizens of San Clemente.
Everybody, on your way out, be sure to thank Chief Christian back there. You know, in the last 5 years, I can't remember police services ever getting one plaque on anything. But the OCSD is out there every day ensuring our public safety. So we won't get a plaque, but be sure to give Chief Christian a heads up and a thank you, maybe.
Spoken like a retired police officer. Okay, well, on to oral communications, but we don't have any comments. Is that right, City Clerk?
Yes, just a couple. We do
Okay,
have oral
okay.
communications. I will note that we will start the clock at 6:30, and we have 30 minutes for
Okay.
oral communications for the first round. First speaker, I'll call the first three, Susanna Corritori, Courtney Morrow, followed by Stephen Lawson.
And a reminder, as our first speaker approaches the podium, this is our time to listen, right? So we won't be engaging with you. You can ask us questions, but we're not going to respond. And you have 3 minutes. When the light turns green, your time starts, and when the light turns yellow, you have 1 minute left. When you get to the end of the 3 minutes, I will cut you off because no one is allowed to speak more than 3 minutes.
Where is the green and yellow light? Sorry.
Over here, sorry. Yeah, you'll see them light up, yeah. But you'll stand at the podium, yeah.
Sit on the Toastmasters, Mayor.
That's right.
Thank you. My name is Susanna Corritori. I live at 407 Bolivia in a community that is just nearby the cell tower. And this is the subject of my talk. I'm very appreciative of the opportunity to share my considerations and considerations of my community, to express concerns, because frankly, I got this information about the intention of the city to issue permit to new technologies of increased severity intensity. This is the way how I got informed. As a concerned citizen, as a homeowner for the last 18 years, as a professional, and I'm MD with Masters in Toxicology and PhD in neurosciences, spending more than 30 years in biopharmaceutical and medical device industry, of which there are several devices that I've been part of development that use such technologies to kill brain cells. And first and foremost, as a mother of a child which condition is greatly affected by these technologies, I like to express deep disappointment that we are not informed, that there is no transparency, and I urge you and encourage you to share information with us, to tell us about the process, what you will do to make decision about giving permits. Have you done environmental risk assessment? Have you done health assessment? And what will be the deciding factor to make such decision? And give us opportunity to organize town hall or any other venue to give us opportunity to be informed, to exchange information, to tell you what we think and how we feel, and to be able to give a voice and contribute to the decision. As one of you said at the beginning of the meeting, this is just the only way to do it right for all of us. Thank you. I know there are many of us here to say probably the very same thing. I really expect you to follow up with us on this and be really transparent of what your intentions may be. But be aware that health risk of these technologies are controversial, increasingly recognized in science and medicine as harmful to human health. Their medical diagnosis officially for certain exposures, and make sure whatever you do, it's really right for us, not to speak about the economic impact on our properties and everything else. I really have a faith that I gave you vote at
Sorry,
one point of
have to
time
cut you off
will
there,
do
but
right.
thank you. Appreciate
Thank
your
you.
comments.
Good evening. My name is Courtney Morrow. I live 300 feet from this tower in Rancho San Clemente. Sorry, I'm going to get emotional because I've been here. It's not my first time addressing council. I was here in 2018. I was here in 2019. I've been here in 2020. This has been an issue that has been intimate, very important in my life. I reached out. I've been diligent about this. I'm the one who found out that this was happening, and it's only because of my experience knowing that I'm at the end of the road. Why are they moving fiber 10 yards and grounding it in a larger box? That immediately triggered me to go and do a records request. And sure enough, I find out that the city has entered into a voluntary agreement to honor the 1962 CUP. This is a 60-year-old CUP for a technology that never even existed at the time that was made with the county. I'm incredibly disappointed. I had emailed in 2020 to, at the time, the city planner who was responsible for the wireless, master wireless plan or overseeing these wireless applications. We were getting an influx of them due to the popularity of these small cell sites that they were trying to put all over the city. So I emailed Cecilia, who at the time was this planner, Katie Crockett's boss. She is still in her post, and I got clarification specific to this tower back in August of 2020, and she had told me they continue to get applications for cell towers at this site, but that they would not approve them. And I asked her specifically what the city cited as their reasoning for not approving these cell towers. And verbatim, she says, "It has never been an approved cell site. It does not qualify as a modification to a cell site." This is getting technical, but for those who understand, this is not an eligible facilities request. It should not be allowed under Section 6409 of the Middle Class Tax Relief and Job Creation Act of 2012 for this very reason. It's a new use. She told me at that time in writing and in person that this would trigger a new CUP process and it should be a discretionary. I rested on that. Do I like the look of this tower 300 feet from my home? Absolutely not, but it's abandoned, it doesn't have cell towers on there. So I lived with the eyesore knowing that I would be notified because this would go to public hearing. That did not happen. That's really disappointing. And I'm here to try and get, one last cry for the city council to please put pressure on city staff to put a pause to allowing any permits to go through. There's currently one already in planning department. I think it came in about 2 weeks ago. So the countdown has started and they had 30 days to approve this permit. We need to pause this.
Thank you, Courtney.
Please do not
Appreciate
approve
it.
that.
Good evening. My name is Steve Lawson, Lawson. I live at 711 Loma Udrea. I've been a resident of San Clemente for 28 years in Harbor Ridge, Harborview area. Raised our family, now our grandchildren come visit, so on and so forth. We also oppose this for numerous reasons, and I won't take up a lot of time. These women have done their homework and done everything that far above and beyond what I have done on this. I am, however, a electrician by trade. I've been in the business. I'm very familiar with EMFs and everything else associated with the towers, and pretty much all I have to say. I'll let everyone else jump up here. Thank you for our time.
All right, thank you.
The next three speakers are Bert Levesque, Cameron Bothwell, and Amber Gorbett.
Good evening. I guess I'll start. Bert Levesque, 20-year resident up there at Rancho San Clemente. Been the president of the HOA board there for about 12, 13 years. As you know, being an HOA board member, we don't get a lot of interaction with residents. They don't want to hear from us. But the last week or two, my phone's been lit up. A lot of angry people. We had an emergency board meeting and been authorized to engage council to engage and find a land use attorney, which we are in the process of doing. I'm being asked, why is the city allowing cell towers within 500 feet of residences? I'm being asked, why is the city agreeing to allow infrastructure that's going to affect our property values, which we have two prominent real estate agencies that live in the neighborhood. You may know one of them, Michelle Wilson. She cannot be here because of a family emergency, but has said it will lower our values. So why is the city agreeing to this? Why is the city honoring a 62-year-old CUP from the county of Orange and not doing their own homework? Why does the city not tell us about this? So I know you can't answer those questions, and neither can I, but I am asking you if you can delay or suspend issuing those permits until we can engage the right attorney to get engaged with us and you in this process to make sure that everything's being done accordingly. If you don't, we're going to continue to engage the attorney, and we will find out if it's been done properly. So I've been asked to do that on behalf of the residents of Rancho San Clemente, so that's what we're going to do. So I'll leave it at that.
All right, thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name's Cameron Bothwell. I first just wanted to say I'm a LA County firefighter, and I just wanted to thank you for recognizing our fellow brothers and sisters that are out there in our community, and thank you very much for what you have done for them. However, I'm here on a different note with the rest of the residents of Harborview and Harbor Ridge. I did mention I'm an LA County firefighter. My wife and I moved to the city of San Clemente to Harborview, Harbor Ridge in 2005. We've been here also for 18 years. And with the understanding, as well as our other fellow residents, that tower was going to be decommissioned. Why the lack of transparency in making this decision? Why the rush? We're all just dumbfounded on this whole process. I mean, that tower was deactivated in 1994, if I'm close to that, or I believe that is a fact, 6 years before our community was developed. So also, another question here. My understanding, there's an ordinance that it has to be 500 feet from the nearest residence, and I'm hearing there are residents way closer than that. I do believe that's an ordinance, and I was hoping to get some answers here if my time permits.
Yeah, we just can't use this time to engage on these topics since this specific topic wasn't on the agenda, and we can only talk about things that were on the agenda. But the city manager is hearing what you're saying, and we will make sure that you have his contact information, and you'll get the answers you're looking for.
You do, and as the rest of us, we also oppose this very strongly. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service.
My name is Amber Gorbett. I'm a resident in Harbor Ridge, Harborview HOA as well. I'm also a realtor, and I can see historically firsthand the effect that cell towers have had on property values. But I really want to say that we oppose being excluded from this decision. We're, again, very worried about our property values, our health, our security, and as well as the real estate disclosures. We oppose any new technologies being installed this near our homes, especially since the 1962 use permit was never covering this. We ask that you don't issue any permits and meaningfully include the residents of our HOA in this process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next three speakers, Norm Peterson, followed by David Schick, followed by Lois McNichol.
Good evening, Council. My name is Norm Peterson. I'm almost a lifelong resident of San Clemente. I also live in Harbor Ridge, Harborview, have for 23 years. The tower has been a nuisance with children climbing on it for years. It probably should have been torn down because of that a long time ago. Now we have this issue that is, very concerning to all the residents of Harborview and Harbor Ridge. And I just wanted to go on record as being in opposition to the repurposing of that tower. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is David Schick. I'm also a resident that lives very close to the tower. I have two boys. My neighbors across the street have 4 little children. Then the neighbors across the street in the other direction have 3 children, constantly playing very close to the tower, the closest cul-de-sac to that tower. Now, I too am alarmed that we're finding out about this at the last minute, what it sounds like, and a little concerned that I drive by cell towers all the time. I see them on the freeway, I see them around town, but I don't generally see them right on top of a neighborhood. It's a persistent signal. It's not something that's infrequent as if you were passing by it on the freeway. So I would urge you to consider this very carefully. And also I'd like to say that I just happened to get one of these flyers, and I think there would be a lot more people here because neither of the 2 neighbors I called at the last minute to come tonight had even seen this. So I'm pretty sure there'll be many more people that are going to oppose this and at least want more information before the final decision's met. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, did you miss me? Well, anyway, I'm not here to talk about cell towers. We're going to talk about what other city councils have been able to get accomplished. In September, the Huntington Beach City Council banned mask and vaccine mandates. And in June of this year, San Diego City Council
Lois,
approved a ban.
Sorry, Lois, I just want to point out that this is on the agenda, the issues that you're talking about right now, but you have other things as well.
But
Okay.
yes.
Can you pause the time and restart?
Okay.
Okay, but please don't talk about anything that's already on the agenda.
Okay. The San Diego City Council approved a ban on homeless camping in June of this year. The Oakland NAACP went on record stating that it is not racist or unkind to want to be safe in your own neighborhood, nor is it compassionate or progressive to allow criminal behavior and rob residents of their right to public safety. So therefore, all the obstacles that I've been hearing about why we can't do this and why we can't do that, that's the reason why I'm giving you examples of what can be done, what has been done. So therefore, the San Clemente City Council has the ability to get together and do all these things for the city of San Clemente, and we deserve it. Now, one of the things, and I'll bring it up because in Trestles, there is now a new homeless encampment in Trestles. And that is posing a danger, a risk. Now people will not go down to that end because they know that there are many homeless people that are living there. So I want to know what happened to our private security and our police department about why they're not doing something about enforcing, because they can't live there in Trestles. They can't. So therefore, they need to be able, since we have all these local ordinances and all these rules, then why aren't they being enforced? One other aside, e-bikes. They are on the trail constantly, and they are almost running down people and kids and toddlers. So if we already have the rules that they're not supposed to be there, but nobody's enforcing them, nor are they enforcing them when they're on the road. So we need to do something about all of those items.
Thank you.
Andrew Morrow, followed by Claudia Lavenant, followed by Jose Lavenant.
Council, thanks for having us. You heard from my wife earlier, we live within 300 feet of this proposed tower. I think most of the subjects and facts have been covered. I think a gentleman mentioned the kids climbing on the tower. Security's been a big concern of mine, as well as the health risks and the property values that I think are pretty obvious to everyone. The owner of this tower that is somehow maintained this position around our HOA and around our homes and in our city has been a bad actor since we've been a resident for about 8 years. They don't maintain it. There's no security. Kids are up there at least 3 times a week. We hear them. They're drinking. I'm surprised no one's fallen to their death yet. So it's a huge risk for public safety, and I don't think that's ever been addressed, and I don't think it ever will be. The fire risk, I think, is a big concern that everyone reads about in the papers. Everything that we've seen happen in the last few years, that's not going away. And I think that needs to be a concern. I know the fire department was honored today, and I'd like them to maybe be involved in this decision, because I don't see how, in the middle of our wildlife area that's not really maintained very well, that increased technology and electricity and traffic, and they're going to have maintenance people up and down this road. I don't see how that's going to help us with public safety either. So I'll yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Claudia?
Good evening. My name's Claudia Lavenant, and I'm actually, surprisingly, not a resident of San Clemente. I was a former resident, and I'm a daughter of residents, of long-term residents of Harborview. And they were kind of one of the first ones there, about 21 years, if that. So I was intrigued by an earlier comment that said, from one of the fellow residents here, it was a good question that said they did not understand, they wanted to know why this decision was made without more transparency. And I believe Mayor Duncan responded that this item was not on the agenda. Well, that's correct. But guess what? This tower, the planning of this tower was not on the agenda of its residents. So I believe that we need to compromise and have an answer. Just talk about why it is that this decision is, that even the thought of it, even the planning of it is being made without any information given to the HOA or any transparency to its residents that deserve an explanation for this. This does not look good. This does not, give a trusting type of relationship that the city has with its residents and its HOAs. It's something that I was pretty much surprised with when my parents shared with, because I care, of course, about them and I care about their neighbors, and they should have open communication about something that's so significant to the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jose Lavenan. I am a homeowner of Harborview for nearly 27 years, and I am concerned about the health of my family. And this is the first time I hear about the proposal, and I live only about 260 feet away from the antenna. And like I say, I'm very concerned about my family because I have a grandkid of 2 years old, and I don't like to be growing in a danger, in a health danger like that. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your consideration for the matter.
Thank you for coming. Appreciate it.
Lindy O'Toole, followed by Christy Newhausen, followed by Brandon Riggs.
Hi, my name's Lindy O'Toole. Thank you for letting us speak today. We really appreciate it. There's not a whole lot more than I could add, other than I live within 100 feet of that tower. And I have personally called many, many times about the safety, children and people climbing on that tower. It's something that is attractive to people. There's not lighting back there. It is a heavy fire danger area that's not really well maintained. And I would echo the fact that there hasn't been any heads up to our neighborhood at all. In fact, I had people from, I believe, Cox on my property, walking all over my property, and they told me that they were doing something with 5G lines, and I wasn't informed by Cox or these contractors. And then about 10 days ago or 2 weeks ago, we had all kinds of big rigs on our street, staging on our streets. They have not been good citizens or good, I'm not a person that knows how to speak like this, but they have not been very kind. All the contractors that have been coming through our neighborhood with big rigs, they're very noisy. A lot of us work from home, and I can tell you that I can see right out my window, probably less than 100 feet away, I see this tower. And so I'm trying to be a good neighbor, to be watching out so that nothing does happen. But I would echo concerns for the fire safety and everything else that's been way more eloquently said. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I've been a resident of Rancho San Clemente for 20 years. The residents of San Clemente are urging the City Council to cancel the voluntary agreement that the city signed with the tower owner, American Tower, back in July that allowed them to accept the 1962 cup, as opposed to arguing that the over 60-year-old cup is not relevant. A cell tower was never an approved use at this site. The tower's been abandoned for 30-plus years. They did not engage stakeholders such as the neighboring HOAs directly affected by this or by the master HOA. At the very least, they should absolutely delay and put or extend the permitting process to allow time to engage the community or find an alternative site. The city put in writing in 2020 that this site has never been approved for a cell tower and would require a new cup for a cell tower there. So what changed? This should have been subject to the discretionary process, triggering a public hearing with the Planning Commission and having the owner apply for a new CUP. In 2020, our city adopted an ordinance stating that a cell tower cannot be within 100 feet from a home or 500 feet from a school. There has been numerous studies showing that this is harmful to one's health, which involves cancer when living in close proximity to a cell tower or macro tower. I conversed back in 2019 to a German scientist back and forth through email. He did a study, residents that were within 1,500 feet from this macro tower, so I believe Harborview would be a good example of that. He said their cancer rates tripled. So I'm happy to give you his information, and you can speak with him yourself. I see you're all wearing the pink ribbons to support Breast Cancer Awareness Month, so let's...
Thank you for noticing that.
This is why Planning and City Council approved shutting down AT&T from placing small cells in our community in the first place. This macro tower will be no different and will also be aesthetically displeasing to look at for the thousands of residents that reside in Rancho San Clemente. I just have a little bit more time. City Council asked Lee Afflerbeck back in 2019, he's from the East Coast, he's an EMF specialist, to come and speak as a neutral party here at the meetings that we had. And he actually stated, the most dangerous place to be within the tower was 30 feet. But in fact, did state that it is hazardous to one's health to be close to a macro tower or cell tower. So anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Brandon Riggs, followed by Abby Crow. Or Croft? Crow. Okay. Brandon?
Hi, I wasn't prepared to speak tonight, but I've been a resident of Harborview and Harbor Ridge for 10 years now. I have 2 young children, and I can say we are right below the tower, and I'm kind of repeating what a lot of people have said. And you can hear everything that goes on at that tower. We've heard the construction go on for the past 2 weeks. There are kids climbing it constantly, about every other day, and we always wonder, there's been no use for the tower, and out of the blue, this just comes up with the cell tower that's going up there without any warning, without anything that's going on. And we've heard, about the property values and the dangers of it, and there's been no notification of it, and it's been very disappointing to hear what's going on. And myself and my neighbors and everyone else has been very opposed to it. And we asked for more time in order to fight this, as you've heard that we are, in the process of the association doing something about it, and we hope that the city will be behind us as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, this is a dramatic departure from the cell tower. You guys, sorry, that sucks. I'm here to thank you for the new San Gorgonio playground. My kids have been enjoying it like once a day already. We live walking distance from the playground. It's our local spot. We're there for soccer games. We're there for barbecues. We're there all the time. We do have one small problem, and that is the wood chips. I know it's small potatoes compared to cell towers, but this is my time to say something, so I'm using it. The wood chips are just not the goal of a brand new, beautiful playground. I think a lot of us expected it to be kind of like Courtney's Sandcastle with the rubber that is perfect for little babies to crawl on. I walked around the park literally at 5 o'clock. There were so many moms holding babies because they can't set them down on wood chips. A, it's pokey. B, they'll put it in their mouths. It's so not, I know it's ADA approved, but it's so not accessible for anyone with mobility challenges. You can't push a stroller on it. You can barely walk with a cane on it. It's wobbly, it's uneven. It's not, I wouldn't consider it safe. I'm struggling with comparing it to the big issue of cell towers. So there's a little mental disconnect here. But if there is time to squeeze that in, if we could consider getting bids for rubber in there, me and the other motivated moms of San Clemente would appreciate it. If it's not, a priority to you, we will make it one. I have 2 small children and just enough motivation to create a very big petition. They nap for a few hours, so I've got some wiggle room, but I appreciate all you guys do. Thanks so much.
Thank you. How many more comments do we have?
We're right at the 30-minute mark. We have 3 speaker comments, 3 speaker
Okay,
cards left.
let's go ahead and hear the 3, because I think we can finish that off pretty quickly.
Okay.
But I know that Councilmember Cabral would like to make a point.
Yeah, I just wanted to get a clarification, an explanation from our city attorney for the benefit of the audience as to the constraints we have as members of the city council of talking, discussing about this important issue.
Meaning the towers.
Meaning the towers.
And the wood chips.
And the wood chips, yeah, but primary, issues that arise today that are brought to us. This is the first I've heard about the tower, but could you help explain the rules that limit our discussion of this at the city council meeting without notice?
Are you referring to the fact that the Brown Act requires that items be agendized before the city council
That's it.
can discuss them?
I could explain it, but I'll let you explain it if you could.
Yeah.
There are certain exceptions, but by and large, you cannot discuss things that are not on the agenda.
All right.
Then perhaps we could ask the city manager to provide a tray memo with the details on the permitting.
Before we get to that, I think the point that Councilmember Cabral is saying is we do have an item on our agenda where council members can ask that a discussion be agendized for a future meeting. And I think it's fair to say.
That comes up at the end of the meeting, so we won't, one of us will be asking for that to be agendized and discussed at the next meeting, but there's an appropriate time on the agenda for us to do it. And again, we have to follow our own rules or else we get ourselves into trouble by the city attorney.
And Mayor and Council, staff can provide a short response to certain questions. And one thing I do want to point out, since there's so much interest in it, I want to make sure that the city council understands that staff will commit that nothing more will happen on this application until we have a chance to have a community meeting. I want them to understand the constraints about cell towers. There's been a lot of discussion about that. And so I think that that's really important that we educate the public about just exactly what's happening on that application. And I can make that commitment that we will make sure that we have a community meeting here. We'll organize it before any further movement on that application. The other item that was brought up that I think needs to be clarified is the item about the homeless encampment at Trestles. I would point out that the city council needs the assistance of other organizations. That Trestles is not only not in the city of San Clemente, it's not even in Orange County. It's in the unincorporated area of San Diego County, and so we need help from other organizations, and we've been meeting with them. We do need residents to understand that, because the leaders of those other organizations need to understand how important this and the impact it is on our community, even though we can't impose our local rules outside of our jurisdiction. We don't have the ability to do that. We don't have the legal ability to do that. So just wanted to point out those couple of things, but I do want to make sure the council understands, staff will make a commitment to, that it's important that the residents be heard and they have an opportunity to have a community meeting on this issue. I think it is really
I
important.
appreciate it. And then on the appropriate time on the agenda, which is at the end, and a lot of you won't be here, one of us will make a motion to agendize this issue with a report as to the current status. And if in the interim, we can do a community meeting, we will do that.
So stay tuned for our next meeting. We have 3 more comments. Let's see if we can get through those.
Susie Whitelaw, followed by Louise Herbert, followed by George Gregory.
Hello, Susie Whitelaw representing Save Our Beaches San Clemente. Last week at the workshop for Nature-Based Solutions, the consultant proposed the construction of a huge rocky delta across the entire length of North Beach. He said this had never been built before anywhere in the U.S. or anywhere, but they proposed it as the only option at 3 locations at San Clemente. I myself had never seen anything like this, and I didn't really understand it, and so I studied a little bit more, and I thought I would explain it better so that everybody could see what was going on. Next slide, please. These are my stupid graphics. The consultant stated that the rocks would be exposed at low tide. So standing on the edge of the sand, you would be looking out at 500 feet of wet rock. either riprap boulders around, like around the railroad tracks, or maybe a 5-foot-high mound of cobble. The low tide is out there at the right-hand side. Next slide, please. At high tide, there may be 1 to 5 feet of water covering those rocks, with the interface between the sand and the rock pretty much right where the waves would be crashing against the shore. So you could go out onto, start on sand and end up at rock with like maybe a couple of feet of waves crashing around. Next slide, please. Now, the consultant said that they were trying to imitate the situation at Lowers, and that he had just found out that Lowers had a rocky reef further offshore, like where I've put the red arrow. And it's that rocky reef that really provides the main relief from erosion. Next slide, please. So what the reef does, here the waves are coming from left to right. They start to break as they pass over the reef, which doesn't fully stop the wave, but it reduces its energy when it hits the beach. Next slide, please. So if that's the important feature, then you don't need rock all the way to the beach. Just use rock to create the reef and leave sand at the beach and near shore so that people can safely enjoy the water. Next slide, please. This is called an artificial reef or submerged breakwater, which the consultant did propose something similar for Capo Shores. We're requesting that they include those options for both North Beach and Cypress Shores. Next slide. Artificial reefs have been successfully designed before. They can create a surf break, good marine habitat. They don't have to take up the whole shoreline, and they can be totally underwater. Next slide. For example, the T Street Reef has done a great job of sheltering its beach from erosion, and I believe we need to model the T Street Reef and use that as the basis of our design. Next slide. Some other shapes of reef that have been designed in the past. Next slide. Overall, the consultant proposed maybe millions of tons of cobble and boulder placed on our sandy beaches. And if you thought the big pile of rock that OCTA has laid down for the landslide in Cypress Shores is big, the Rocky Delta proposed by the consultant there would be 500 times as large in area. Please, let's consider better options.
Thank you, Susie. All right, next.
Hello, my name's Louise Herbert, and I'm a resident of San Clemente for over 40 years. My topic is not as important as the cell towers or the reef, but I have not been able to attend City Council recently, so now's my time. I'm here to talk about our parking lot situation at our library. It is horrific. The fact that there are anywhere from 4 to 6 city trucks sitting there every single day taking up spaces, 2 containers that are half filled, each of them, because I've seen the inside, that was items that were brought from local buildings between the library parking lot and the community center, and a big dumpster that the library was promised would be removed in June of 2022, still sitting there. Now, I attend the library every week for a group that is a crochet and knit group that we do philanthropic work for FAM. Right now, we're doing chemo caps for veterans and lots of other projects that are all philanthropic. But a few months ago, there was a very disturbing situation. 2 women pulled into the parking lot, and as one of the library employees backed out to leave for her lunch, she got out of her car, she put her orange cone there. And 2 women came in a car. The passenger got out, removed the cone, and went to park. The employee told the 2 women, "You cannot park there. It's got 3 signs that say city parking and library staff." They said, "No, we have a notice from," what they said at that time, "the mayor, stating that we could park there," and showed it to the employee. She said, "You cannot park here regardless." They left. She left for lunch. Then another employee of the library watched these 2 women circle back, pick up the cone, and go in there and park, and showed them the notice from Mayor Pro Tem. They then proceeded to go shopping and out to lunch. They never came into the library. They were not there for the library. They later came back with a trinket for the time that the woman had to spend taking care of their needs. That's disgusting. Bottom line, we have to get parking tags for library parking. During the summer, none of us can park there because people park there, so they don't have to pay to go to the beach, and they take the trolley to the beach, and they're there all day long. We have some 75, 80-year-old women who are knitting and crocheting philanthropically, who have to walk from 2 blocks down from the library. Something has to be done. I suggest a 2-story parking garage at the library. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last speaker is George Gregory.
Hello, council. This is probably one of the better councils we've had in a very long time. I want to thank you for striking down the racist law. I'm still on parole, and I seem to be free. I want to talk about our trolleys today and how it just seems to subsidize our merchants and not our citizens. And I'm hoping that we can do something like this with the trolley and put a surfboard carrier on the back of the trolley. Obviously, we can't put it in the front where the bike racks are because we do haul bicycles too, and it would block the vision of the driver. This is very low-hanging fruit, very easy to do. This is kind of like the playground equipment at North Beach. It's your beach, folks. I don't know if you can see the surfboards on this trolley, but this would subsidize parents so their kids could get to the beach and go play in the water. This would also subsidize our citizens so they don't have to burn their own fuel and stuff to go fight with the parking lots that cost money or clog up the libraries, etc. So I made a few copies of this, and I'd like the councilmen to maybe carry around a page of this and think about this. This is very, very inexpensive, very, very simple. Thanks for your time.
Thank you,
one
George.
more thing. I'd like to agendize maybe possibly a scanner or something, maybe at Laura's desk or something, so these things can go up on the screen, because I haven't been able to usually I would submit this a couple days ahead of time, but I've been absent lately. So anyways, that very, very simple, affordable.
Thank you, George. We'll all go to bed tonight with a copy of those. And that is all for, okay. Thank you for bearing with us as we went a little over on our oral communication. City Clerk.
Motion waiving reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances.
So moved.
I'll second.
Motion is Noblock, second is Enmeyer. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No.
Consideration of agendizing items requiring immediate action.
Yeah, I wonder if this would be a place to talk about the cell phone tower here, and just to say, is this a time that we could agendize discussing either a moratorium on this or a
City Attorney is shaking her head. This does not meet the requirements for immediate action.
No, that does not meet the requirements for an emergency. You want to do that items for future agenda at the end.
Okay, so we'll still have time at the end of this agenda, at the end of the meeting when this comes up, which is number, where is it? It is number 12. Okay. We can be sure that that will be agendized, I think. All right, so hearing none on items requiring immediate action, City Clerk.
Closed session report, City Attorney.
Thank you. Just one second. City Council met in closed session on item A1. There was direction given, no reportable action. The City Council met in closed session on item A2 with the corrections noted by the clerk earlier. There's no reportable action. City Council met in closed session on item A3. There was direction given and no reportable action. And the City Council met in closed session on item B. There's no reportable action. Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney. Okay, we have time for staff communications. Do we have anything more to say on those topics, or did we cover that already?
No, I think we covered it. I just wanted to make sure we did before they left, that we will commit to having a community education meeting prior to any further action taken on that application.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I was wondering if we could find out if there's any items on the agenda that have a abundant number of comments. I still see there's a lot of people in the audience, and maybe see about if there was moving a matter forward.
Okay, yeah, next up, would you have consent calendar, so we might move something forward if there was a lot of comments on another agenda item. City Clerk, do we have a lot of comments on one particular item?
We have probably, at last count, we had 12 and probably more by now, speaker cards on item 10C, which is discussion of a prohibition on COVID-19 mask and vaccine mandates in San Clemente.
With that in mind, I would move that we move that item up now before consent.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, any objection? Seeing none, by unanimous consent, we will move item number 10C. 10C? No?
Yes.
Yes, 10C.
10C, okay. Okay. 10C up to here before number 7, the consent agenda.
Okay, and with that, this is an item that was agendized by Mayor Pro Tem Noblock. There is no staff report. So, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem. Yes.
Yeah, I asked that this item be agendized because historically, several years ago, when the COVID situation occurred, there was a lot of panic, a lot of concern, and we had a mask mandate. We had some vaccine mandates, and now it seems like another pandemic may be on the horizon, and universities have begun requiring masks and vaccines. And I thought to avoid the problem that we had a few years ago, where we had tons of sand dumped in our skate parks, we had equipment in our parks removed, we had fencing off of our parking lots, and people ordered off the beach and out of the water. And I just thought that if there was an event, that this council make the decision to either have a mandate or not. And before, I think the staff unilaterally took that action. I'm not sure if there was formal council approval. I don't believe there was. And I just want to make sure that doesn't happen in the future. So I brought this up just as a precaution to ask this council to have a policy, an administrative policy, which said that our staff wouldn't close parks, close the beach, mandate that we wear masks to enter public places. For a year, we had our council members were 8 feet apart with plastic partitions, mask mandated. Many months after, just about everyone said, we need to get back to normal. And I just want to make sure that doesn't happen in the future. And I'm not suggesting we don't acknowledge sound science, but at the same time, I think our freedoms need to be preserved. I think at the last go-around, because of the panic, thousands of jobs were lost, small businesses were lost, and our freedoms were literally taken away. I just want to make sure that doesn't happen in the future. So that's why I asked that we have this discussion and simply address a policy. I don't know that we need an ordinance, but I think what we need just an understanding that our staff will, if there's a decision in the future to require masks or vaccine mandates, that item come back to this council for a policy decision before any formal action's taken.
Okay,
And that's my suggestion.
And that is essentially the staff report there. So we want to hear from the public, so we won't engage in any discussion until we hear from the public. But does anybody have any questions of staff before we hear from the public?
I just have one for the city attorney, one question. Let's say we adopt an ordinance, a resolution, whatever, that says there will be no mask mandates, we won't, no mandatory vaccinations, and I'll give some comments on my personal feelings on that later. But let's say we do that, and the state comes out and says there'll be a mask mandate, that you'll wear a mask in public, in stores, whatever it is. Would our ordinance or our resolution, would that usurp the state mandate?
No, it would be preempted by state law under that scenario.
Okay, with that, I'm going to save my comments till after I hear from the public.
Okay, city clerk.
Okay, I'll call the first 3 speakers, Catherine Hall, Pete S45, and Dennis Grimes.
Hi, my name is Catherine Hall. I am a resident of San Clemente, and I'm here in particular because I do not think that the city council is in a position where they should be making these kinds of decisions. I think wearing masks, not wearing masks has become such a hot political issue, and it should not be. It is a healthcare issue. It is an issue to be handled perhaps at the state level, perhaps at the federal level, but I do not think it belongs at our local level. I think that wearing a mask, whatever you think about mask mandates, a mask mandate to me is far preferable to another round of stay-at-home orders. I would far prefer seeing our community asked to wear a mask to go to the grocery store, to go to the beach, wherever it may be, than that the federal government has to come in and say, this has gotten out of control and now you must all stay home. And heaven forbid we have to go through that again. I think that the science behind mask wearing is fairly sound. It does offer some protection for the wearer, but more importantly, it protects those that you come in contact with. And if you have family members that are immune compromised, which unfortunately I do, it is very important for their lives to be not at risk by people that simply refuse to wear masks in public places in the middle of a pandemic. So please let this stay at a state level, because I think having individual communities making these decisions would make it almost impossible to wander from community to community. Oh, here I have to wear a mask. Oh, here I don't have to wear a mask. I mean, just common sense says leave this to healthcare professionals and our state and federal government. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Catherine.
Pete, followed by Dennis Grimes, followed by Suzanne Ruiz.
Hey, good evening, members of the board, general public, and everybody else. This is the first time speaking, so I'm just going to keep it quick and simple and to the point. We're missing the basic concept of this vaccine mandate and the COVID mask and all this stuff. Just basically, my first question is, if everybody had the vaccine and everybody's going to get the double, triple, quadruple boosters, why do we need masks? Okay. Second point, speaking as a former employee of San Onofre Nuclear Power Plant, I do have a lot of experience in respiratory protection, okay? I annually had to qualify, which means that when I talk about, you guys talk about masks and all this other stuff, people that wear the cloth mask, they're fooling themselves. They have no protection. It's proven. You can ask Dr. Fauci, you know, the real famous whatever he was. He said, oh, yes, mask. Oh, no mask. Oh, and now he's back and forth. So anyways, that's science. Okay, back to reality. Anybody that doesn't wear a full-face respirator with a tank on, they're fooling themselves. All these other masks, N95s, you can dispute all the evidence you want because the facts are the virus, bacteria, whatever they're calling it, ranges in size that are too small to be stopped by anything other than a full-face respirator, okay? All the people here tonight that are wearing the cloth mask, the surgical mask, maybe one or two, they got some artificial N95s. The first time you put it on, you cannot touch it again. If it's not molded to your face and really hard where it leaves a line in your face, it's not worth a damn, okay? Thank you for your time. I wish everybody that's got the quadruple shots, why are we even wearing masks? If the vaccine works, it either works or it doesn't work. Why is everybody kidding themselves? You know, I don't understand. It's a simple question. People that want to get another booster, help them. Let them do their thing. But if I don't want to get a shot and I don't want to wear a mask, why am I forced to wear a mask when there's no proof, no science, and no legitimacy? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
He's got the sunglasses on. He must be famous. Hi, I'm Dennis Grimes. I'm not a very good speaker, but I have this very pretty lady named Haley that runs my Toastmasters group, and she's teaching me. So I don't want to repeat everything we've heard over and over and over, because I think masks, I believe, should be something that's selective and on your own decision, okay? Just leave it at that. I had COVID a couple of times, and I got tired, and I didn't feel good, so I started reading up on it a little bit. There's a lot of things you can do. like turmeric, natural healthy stuff. 3 things: change your oil, get rid of all the canola, all the crap that you're eating, get some rest, and don't eat refined food. And eliminate all toxins from your body. Okay, how about alcohol? And that goes with the fire department. I'm so happy you guys had them up here tonight. I almost cried. Don't hang around the house and fix dinner and eat wine and pass out and leave the stove on. And if you see anything out there, residents, that looks weird, call our police. They're working really hard. They don't have as much support as they used to. I don't see as many of them out there. They need our help. 911, if you see something weird going on next door, if you see something that looks like smoke or a fire, those people might be asleep. Be proactive. Save your neighbor's life and their kid's life. I'm just so happy to be living in San Clemente and being involved in the chips in the playground in San Gorgonio and selling houses here for 50 years. I came out here in 1979 on a Harley and decided to stay. And at that time, we were drinking beer under the pier and the police were wearing Bermuda shorts. You don't see that anymore. So there's been a lot of changes. I love this town, and I'm just all about gratitude and service. So if it's anything I can do. But I think, if you stay healthy, you won't need a mask. So that's all I got to say. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Suzanne Ruiz, followed by Frances Marshall, followed by Lois McNichol. Suzanne? Oh, okay.
All the same.
Are they sanitized? Okay.
He's been checked for anthrax.
Wait, is this?
Just pass it down. Keep it coming. Oh,
Suzanne?
Just says item.
What are-
Hands first.
Yes.
How do you do? My name's Suzanne Ruiz. I have actually a lot to say. I have worked and done many presentations for Dr. Judy Mikovits, which I have hundreds of people educating everyone about what is in the inoculations. We don't call them vaccines. The vaccine industry has lied to us for decades, actually. But most importantly, let's talk about this whole COVID thing and how it was rushed to use for people. Most importantly, it's loaded with 47 carcinogens. Let's go through our packet together as council members. Please understand, I have all the books. So the real Dr. Andrew Fauci is done by Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I've met everybody. Most importantly, he talks about the lies in the vaccine industry. It's all there. Please get it. Go to therealdrjudy.com, therealdrjudy.com. That is her website. Go ahead, purchase the books. They're all there. Here we got Plague of Corruption and Plandemic series. By the way, he just did his last documentary. This is done by Mickey Willis, who describes why we're in society in a crazy time as we've never seen before, because this is communism, people. Okay, that's why. All right, next thing I want to talk about is our packet. Let's open it up, please, everybody, council members. Let's start with the vaccine, the masks. Okay, the masks actually do no good for any person. I'm serious. They have 5 carcinogens known to humans. That is titanium dioxide, graphene oxide, ethylene oxide, plastic fibrous tissues, which you breathe in, and Teflon. We make Teflon pans from that, right? Right. That is going into your lungs, causing serious damage. This is all the studies from around the world. Do your homework. I'm just letting you know this is based on science, facts, and absolute truth, okay? Not my truth. All the truth that I have researched and got confirmed by all the frontline doctors that I've met. And believe me, Dr. Judy's not the only one. Next paperwork we have is Go see the movie, Died Suddenly. It's a documentary. You will not find it on Google. Why do you think that is? So look on DuckDuckGo or Brave search engine. Most important thing, here are all of the actual side effects people die from the vaccine. They're all listed there. I know people who have had spontaneous abortions. I hear people every day that have been to my presentations that come out and they get my number through so-and-so. And next thing you know, I have tons of people asking my assistance.
Sorry, we have to cut you off there. Yeah, your 3 minutes is up.
Okay.
Sorry.
It is?
Yes. Yep. I'm sorry.
So much to talk about. I'm out to hand
right.
it to somebody else. Anyway, I want you all to do your science, do your research, your packet's there. It's all the same.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry, we can't have you
Graphene oxide is in everything,
Next
including
speaker, City Clerk.
inoculation.
Francis Marshall, followed by Lois McNichol, followed by Louise Herbert.
And Mr. Mayor, just for the record, the materials from the last speaker are available in the back for public viewing.
Okay.
Francis.
I'll help you, Suzanne, to finish it.
Okay, your time is running, though, so just to let you know.
Already? Okay. Hi, my name's Frances Marshall, and I'm actually shocked that we're even talking about another push for the COVID vaccines. My son is currently, at this minute, fighting for his life for the last 2 years from the COVID-19 shot. He has to go get a CT scan. He's not going in for a triple, a quadruple. He's going into a 5 bypass surgery. I do not live in this area. I'm from the LA area. My name is Frances Marshall, and I started South Bay Community Watch Group to help educate parents. Mandates are not laws. Everything that you guys are doing, forcing the vaccines on children in the school, in your cities, I'm going up and down everywhere to every city and state. I provided with you the Crimes Against Humanity tour that I was on, and I met Dr. Frank. I know Dr. Judy. I know Fauci lied because my son has been fighting for his life. This is not a joke. If you guys enforce mandates, masks, and these vaccines on any of your employees, let me explain something to you about the military. We are a 5-generation military family. It's called Crimes Against Humanity Executive Order 13818, which is still in effect today. Also, you need to follow Kash Patel on devolution, okay? Also, Derek Johnson, he is a former military, and he also educates people on the Law of War Manual, okay? And it's called Continuity of Government. Every single one of you that have enforced the vaccine on any employee has violated your constitutional oath. And my advice to you, everyone in the audience, is know your Bill of Rights. That is the law of the land. Our founding fathers fought and died and gave up a lot for our country. And it is time for all of us to go back to school and learn, because I took constitutional classes. I took leadership. I took the initiative to find out what happened to my son who was in the military, who got vaccinated. And find out why were we not able to fly, because you got to get vaccinated, okay? We need to pay attention, because guess who's paying attention to every single one of us? You can go ahead and stand up in the audience. Be very careful, because we are being watched by Space Force and the military. And you guys need to understand the truth that's going on. And you will not let me stop speaking right now, because my child is going in. And
You
fighting
must
for
address
his
the
life.
council, man. Address the council, please.
Okay, thank you. The other person that's watching, there's 2 very important things. Our Lord says in our word, my people suffer for lack of knowledge.
Sorry, ma'am, your time is
And
up.
I understand that you may not want
Okay.
me to speak, but I'm going to
No,
explain to you this right
I
now.
can't
The
allow you by
military
law
and God
because
is
you only have
watching
3
every
minutes.
single one of you.
Ma'am, please. Okay.
Warn me before you do that next time.
Lois McNichol, followed by Louise Herbert, followed by Linda Verister.
There's nothing more terrifying than that awful, threatening non-disease of COVID. By the way, do you know it's called COVID-19? Do you know it's called COVID-19? Because there was a COVID 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. And there were no pandemics because of that. So it's all due to the same type of carrier. Therefore, I walked around San Clemente when COVID was in force and everybody was banned to their homes. And I thought I was in a cemetery. It was scary. It was like a science fiction movie because nobody was outside. Nobody could go to the beach. I felt like the last person on earth. And I will only reiterate what a few other people have said. No, masks do not help you. They will not help anyone else either. Because the particles that carry COVID are too small and they will go right through the mask. So you are not helping yourself and you are not helping the immunosuppressed. You are not helping anyone by wearing a mask. And in fact, you are hurting your own health because all of those things that were said before, that has come out in a study in America that said, yes, when you wear a mask, this is what you are breathing into your body constantly. And shall we not forget, let's not, about all of those people who dropped dead. I've seen all of the videos that go from the athletes to people who are giving you the news on TV. And they just drop dead in front of you, or they're falling on the floor, and they have to be rushed to the ER. Why? That is not because of COVID. That was because of the jab.
Okay, thank you.
Well, hard act to follow, but I'll try. Louise Herbert, 40 years plus resident, once again. I'm really off on my presentation after listening to the past people speak of these really far out thoughts and beliefs about COVID not being real or the use of a mask. I started a mask making group here in San Clemente. We made over 21,500 masks that we gave away. To the USS Teddy Roosevelt, we did 640 of them in 48 hours because they had not one mask and over 300 infected shipmen who many died. But I cannot believe that our city council would be even addressing this issue when none of you have the medical background or expertise to make this decision, and where it is something that can be overridden by the state and the country. The fact that you guys don't see that masks are necessary and vaccines are necessary, excuse me, I didn't laugh during yours, then I'm asking you to take the mask off of your eyes. As far as putting chain link fences up around the fence and fear of them being torn down, we don't need to worry. Alan Hostetter's in prison. So that's not an issue. And as long as we keep people with crazy theories off the beach or out of these areas to incite the panic, because it's those people who incite the panic. Thank you. And I hope you do not set this proposal up for it to be brought back in case of another pandemic, because it will only create havoc. Thank you.
Thank you.
Linda, followed by Daniel Shop, followed by Jay Hidaji.
Good evening. The only thing that we really have in common with Huntington Beach is a beach. And just because Huntington Beach City Council entertains things that are outside of its purview doesn't mean that we have to go down any kind of slippery slope with that. We've already been advised that this is something that if the state mandates it, we have no power to countermand it. As a healthcare professional, I think that we need to be very careful about taking positions that are healthcare related when we don't have the expertise to do that. And not only that, but the 30 minutes that we spent listening to some of this stuff is 30 minutes we're not going to be getting back, that we could be talking about cell towers and playgrounds and the such. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I really caution you for going down this path that is really superfluous to what we're supposed to be doing here. And thanks for all that you do.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. I am not an anti-vax person per se. I never have been. I've been vaccinated with flu shots for many years in a row. When my father was suffering from dementia, I was his primary caregiver. However, and I'm also an investor. I invest heavily in the tech industry as well as the biotech and pharma industry, and I'm actually a former owner of Pfizer stock. However, in recent years, the medical industry, particularly the pharma industry, has become very politicized. And it's no longer about health and public safety. It's now about money and control. The vaccine mandates that have been occurring in recent years in this country and other countries, in this country they're in violation, as already mentioned, of the U.S. Constitution and people's constitutional rights. It's also in violation of the Nuremberg Code. And Pfizer, I long since sold my Pfizer stock when I realized what was being politicized with this, with these vaccines. Their stock has tanked. It's been halved in value since it was began distributing the vaccines. The reason for that is they are facing massive lawsuits. Massive lawsuits. The U.S. government gave the pharma companies immunity. However, that is not going to stand up in court, and everyone knows that. Investors know that, and that's why they're bailing out of these biotech stocks by the droves. So if you think that the state of California forcing you to not make the city a no-vax sanctuary city is going to protect you from liability and lawsuits, I think you're going to be in for a very big surprise. Regarding the vax themselves, these new vaxes, they are not effective. I've had COVID. I got it in January 21, about the same time as my sister did, and I recovered in about 7 days. It's like a simple cold. My sister also recovered from that. However, about 4 to 5 months later, her doctor convinced her to get a vaccine just to be safe. Unfortunately, she did, and then she got boosted again. I have not had COVID since, and I've been exposed to many people who have had it. My sister, on the other hand, has had COVID now for 5 times in a row. The reason for that is these vaccines produce a condition called ADE. It stands for antibody-dependent enhancement, and it basically, what they do is they make your immune system dependent
Sorry, sir,
on
your
these
time is up.
vaccines.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Thanks for your time.
Okay.
Thank you, City Council, Mayor, everyone, the whole leadership here, for the opportunity to speak. I definitely don't want to be in your position, hearing all these complaints. So this is my first time addressing City Council. I personally lost two people in my life. One, a cousin of mine, and the other, a friend of mine. One was 60, the other one was 68. And they didn't have the COVID virus, but they did take the vaccine. And one died maybe 2 months after the vaccine, and the other 2 years after the vaccine with both with heart problems. So I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't have the answers. Only the Lord has the answers, and we all have to report to the Lord. So I asked for your conscience to make the right vote when the time comes. I mean, we don't have the answers, so, but we know these vaccines are not proven. The technology needs to be tested for years, 10-plus years in some cases. And these latest vaccines and boosters come out year and a half later without much lab testing, et cetera. So the public is exposed, if not to the virus, to the vaccine itself. So we ask you as a leadership to really study what needs to be done and make the right choice. I have a picture of my cousin here that was with me. He was a very talented musician, but he's no longer with us. But again, thank you very much for your time and the whole leadership in the city.
Thank you, sir.
Donna McGuire, followed by Suzanne M., followed by Michelle Morgan.
How many more speakers, City Clerk?
6.
Okay.
My name is Donna McGuire, and I'm actually from Seal Beach. I want to show you a picture as we were talking. This is my former mother-in-law and father-in-law. First, I want to say there's a saying, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. And then there's another one by Will Rogers that would say, applying to maybe our state government, is we have the best politicians money can buy. I have a lot of respect for people who run for office. I've helped on a lot of campaigns throughout my years. You get beat up a lot. So I really, even if I don't agree with you, I love to have those discussions. And I admire that you put this on your agenda. So this is the first time I've ever spoken public about what happened. So my mother-in-law moved up with us in Seal Beach, and we moved her into Leisure World. Very healthy. She was born in 1929. In her whole life, she only ever had one flu shot. So a little tough. We had our little cocktail hours every night with our charcuteries. And she got low on potassium in 2021. And so my husband and I decided, well, we need her to go to the hospital. She had some personal issues. We knew that she was low. And so we put her in the local hospital, and yet we were supposed to take care of her. So we put her in, and she came out, and she was walking. It was great. I talked to her nurses. We weren't allowed in because we are a family that made a decision not to be vaccinated. I'd done a research paper with my son on privacy issues having to do with cyber on the messenger. This was many years ago. So as all the ferrets died within 6 months, we decided we'd take our chance on God and just being really clean. So we decided to not vaccinate. So we weren't allowed in the hospital. I talked to the nurses on a regular basis and said, please don't vaccinate her. She's really healthy. It's just a potassium issue. So my husband picked her up. She was walking out. But within 48 hours, she called my husband and couldn't get out of bed. And she'd even messed on herself, and she was very prissy, so this was very disgusting for her. So my husband cleaned her up. Then we took her back and said, there's something wrong with her. We can't figure this out. She can't move. Her muscles hurt. Anyway, they sent her back to us, and then I started looking through her paperwork, and they had vaccinated her, even though we told her she shouldn't be. And she was told she would lose her insurance if she didn't get vaccinated. And we weren't allowed in the hospital to protect her. So please, make a stand. One city council can do nothing, but 50 city councils can make a statement at the state. Please, don't give up. Please pass this ordinance.
Suzanne M., followed by Michelle Morgan, followed by Bill Krutinger.
Hi, City Council, respectfully. My name is Suzanne, and I have been a part of San Clemente approximately 54 years. I urge you to go to californialegislativeportal.org, and then at the top there is a search bar. Go to bills, and on the right, click onto committee. There you can see the bills that have been passed by the Democratic legislation. One of the bills passed this year before school started in August of 2023 is the Gardasil inoculation. This is required to go to public school. It is a proven fact that those students in their 20s who got the Gardasil inoculation caused breast cancer, ovarian cancer, and testicle cancer in their 30s. There have been no studies for students 13 through 19 years old regarding cancer. Students I see occasionally that go to a local high school, whom I have talked to, have said they had an event where the mayor and the principal gave an ultimatum to get inoculated or they would be expelled. These students are approximately 15 to 16-year-olds. At the event, a line was formed, and inoculations were already there and ready, and each student in line got the inoculation without parental consent. All approved by California legislation. Students 13 years and older can make their health care decisions without parental consent. Thank you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Councilman. If we've learned anything from the past 3 years, we've learned that more government interventions do not work. To make matters even worse, more people around the world do not trust their government, big pharma, and big tech. I'm not sure if anyone on this dais has had the opportunity to read the Twitter files that expose the depths of deceit and show the nexus of the U.S. government, big tech, and pharma companies in bed together to lie and deceive the American people regarding vaccines, alternative treatments, and risks from these vaccines. It really reads like a novel, but unfortunately, it's our reality. Millions have died from bad advice from Fauci and his remdesivir ventilator scandal when there were many alternatives of existing modalities to treat patients. Did you all know that there's a huge lawsuit in California pending that is being filed against Gilead, the company that created remdesivir? It is a sad situation that I must stand here to support a resolution, yet again, on a right that I was born with. God gave me a right to govern my own body. He also created each and every one of us with an amazing immune system. Emergency use authorizations and mandates are not a law. No government can force vaccination on a population. Pfizer wanted to hide the evidence for 75 years of these injuries during the testing of this unregulated technology. However, sane judges ruled and ordered the evidence of their crimes be released. Did you know Mayo Clinic now lists hydroxychloroquine as a treatment for COVID, yet the FDA and CDC continue to push these shots? Our Constitution does not end in the event of a health crisis. Professionals from all walks of life, such as lawyers, doctors, and scientists, have been silenced and censored as they tried to share evidence and solutions for this man-made crisis that we found ourselves in. Please unanimously pass this resolution. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Knobloch, for standing up for our constitutional rights, and God bless you all.
Bill Krutinger, followed by Lisa H., followed by Susanna Oratori.
Just for the record, the material that was passed out to the council is available in the back for the public to review.
Good evening, City Council, staff. This discussion, it reads like a couple of things that are problematic. For one, it tries to bind the decisions of future councils. If a new health emergency were to arise, I think we'd be best served to let the officials elected at that time make any decisions that may need to be made. As the city attorney mentioned also, this would be preempted by, oh, that was a great question that you asked at the beginning, Rick. This would be preempted by a county ordinance, a state ordinance, anything. And it really just creates drama and confusion when none need exist. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa H., followed by Susanna Oratori, followed by Thor Johnson.
Good evening, gentlemen. Thank you so much for this opportunity to talk to you tonight about the lack of efficacy in face masks. Your decision in advance with this agenda item is to not comply with mandates is commendable. Mandates, which has been mentioned a few times, are only guidelines, they're recommendations, they're not laws. They're not superseded by an ordinance, that would be a law. Mandates are just guidelines. The only times that mandates really become an issue are when public employees perhaps take state funds and then promise compliance of their citizens. And thank God we live in San Clemente and that would never happen. As to efficacy, there are no randomized controlled trials with verified outcomes that show a benefit to healthcare workers or community members for wearing a mask or a respirator like a N95. Likewise, no study exists that shows a benefit from a broad policy to wear masks in public. Furthermore, if there were any benefit to wearing a mask because of the blocking power, blocking the droplets or the aerosol, you would think that an N95 would beat a surgical mask. It does not. The tests show that they do not. Because neither of those types of masks protect from the coronavirus or any virus because it's such a small particle. And cloth masks are just as ineffective. Further, so no bias free study has ever found a benefit for wearing a mask or respirator in this application. And you don't have to take my word for it. I am emailing you the paper that I have from Dr. Tenpenny with links to each and every study that will show you exactly what I've been saying and referencing. An estimated 60 to 75% of interpersonal communication is conveyed via nonverbal behaviors. With the mask on the lower part of your face, with a mask, your lower part of the face is disguised. Do you really want to hamper the communications of our community even further? Thank you very much for this amendment. I fully support it. And God bless you all and God bless America.
Susanna, followed by Thor Johnson.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to comment on another issue that really lays heavily in my heart. As a medical doctor and as a consultant who advises pharmaceutical companies how to develop drugs, I've been involved in development of COVID-19 drugs from the very beginning, and I know the other story from the side of what FDA and other regulatory files and data became available from the very beginning. I am also probably one of the earliest cases of COVID. Got it in Beijing, representing a client in front of China FDA, and thanks to our translator who came from city of Wuhan, we all got sick. We all survived, but that was a time when COVID-19 was not even a name. So I kind of have a personal experience and professional experience, and I can tell you there is no absolute in medicine. There is no black and white. You get a shot, you are going to be protected. There is no vaccine that is 100% protective. There is no drug that is 100% safe. So don't take anything as a face value. Not because somebody tried to derail you or misinform you, But because it's a common fact, there is no such a thing as a safe treatment. What is really the most important, and for public health, is to educate people what matters for good health. And we all know, I've been trained to say good nutrition, clean water, clean air, clean food, and healthy habits, healthy lifestyle. That's what matters for healthy immune system. And I can tell you, if we are talking about protecting vulnerables, this is actually the worst possible population to get COVID-19 shot. These people have no, immunocompromised people have much less capacity to build immune system, immune response that is necessary to protect you. And unfortunately, viral infections are not associated for long-term immunity. We all know that. Despite what Dr. Fauci, that was for me when I was a student, I was looking at him as a god. And he helped me really to break many illusions about my profession. So if you're going to make a decision, include education, what good health is all about, and that's the best prevention for any illness, including COVID.
Thank you.
Last speaker is Thor Johnson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Thor Johnson. You know, imagine after 3-4 decades of you giving your life to a company. Many early mornings, late nights, long weekends, all these sacrifices that you gave to this company because you believe in their vision to make life better for residents here in San Clemente. And imagine after all of these sacrifices that you made, after decades, you come to work one day and your boss tells you that if you don't get this injection, you'll be fired. And imagine, what if you have a family to feed, a mortgage to pay? What if you're a male, like myself, who's in the age bracket that the CDC says that if you get this injection, you're at higher risk for myocarditis and inflammation in the heart? Is this city ready to take the risk of mandating something which could, which has known to kill people? This is simply not the American way. And I feel really bad for those individuals who got bullied into not just taking 1, 2, 3, 4, but now they've been bullied into taking 6 injections. And they're still scared for their life, wearing masks. Coming here tonight telling us how we should live to be healthy. The government has zero right to tell you what you can and can't do with your own body. And we're not talking about abortion where there's the mother and the child. That's 2 bodies. We're talking about one body here. Okay? It's very simple and straightforward. My body, my choice. That's how it comes with vaccines. Okay? Now, we talked about the science here. Folks, we all know that the science is crystal clear. The vaccines don't work. They actually, if anything, that they make you get the COVID virus. And then furthermore, Council Member Loeffler, you asked the city attorney, if state law, trumps local law. I want you to understand that just because Newsom says something and he mandates something, it's not law. We don't have to follow it. Okay? And lastly, rest in peace, former mayor and my good friend Jim Dahl. He's my neighbor. He was my neighbor. He died 3 days after he got his 3rd COVID injection. You could ask Ms. Dahl. He was complaining to me about his arm. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you, Councilmember Knobloch, and the rest of you for considering this, and please pass it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that our last comment?
That was
City
our
Clerk?
last speaker.
Okay. Well, we're opening up to discussion.
Yeah, let me just start, if I could, Mr. Mayor. My purpose in bringing this wasn't really to debate the science of the COVID shots or the efficacy of masks, which I don't believe they serve really any purpose, legitimate purpose. But my purpose was to make sure that in the future, if there was a concern about mandating our employees or access to our public space with masks or with vaccines, that this council weigh in on that decision prior to it happening. Comments were made about how we're binding future councils. We're doing just the opposite. We're suggesting if a decision is to be made to require anything that a future council, this council or a future council, would be making that decision. It's also suggested that it's not in our purview to even have this kind of a discussion. It really is, because we're talking about our city employees, we're talking about our city public space, and who may or may not have the freedom to access those. And I think that's clearly within our purview. Our freedoms are not superfluous, they're essential. And so again, what I'd like to see is a policy, a staff direction to say if there's ever a requirement, a need, or the city manager or any council members feels that these mandates are essential, that this body makes that decision and we give our citizens the maximum freedom to come and go as they choose. They'll choose to wear a mask, to get triple, quadruple injections. They're free to wear double and triple masks if they think that helps. They're free to do that, but we're also free not to be restricted, and that was the purpose of my asking for a recommendation for staff policy to simply say if an issue comes up, that it'll come to this council so that we don't have what we had years ago where we had our sports park filled with sand, we had equipment removed, we had our parking lots fenced off, we had people ordered out of the water under threat of arrest. I don't want that to happen in the future. We're a free country, we need to remain free, and we need to cherish and honor those freedoms. That's why I recommended that. And I'd like to hear what my colleagues think on this, but I'd like to ask the city manager your thoughts on your policy, what you think is a reasonable reasonable recommendation for staff to follow should mandates be discussed or brought up in the future.
Yeah, Councilmember, I think you stated it well. I think that this is the body that establishes policy for the city, and the staff is what implements it. So before any of those decisions would be made, which are policy decisions, that information would be brought to the council, and staff would implement the policy as adopted by a majority of the council.
Okay.
Yeah,
Councilmember Cabral.
I just wanted to weigh in a little bit. The reason I seconded my colleague's motion, because I think it was worth, and it is worth a discussion well in advance of whatever might happen in the future. I think I've been enlightened today on all different views, and I respect, all the different views that are out there. I think this warrants a lot more discussion. It may be premature at this time to move to ordinances. I think we've got a commitment from the leadership of this organization that, before we ever act, and I think that's the practice of this committee, before we ever act, we'll have a full review of whatever issue is out there, what the medical evidence is, what the science is, what the community feels. And that's the point that I wanted to get to tonight. And so we don't really have a proposed ordinance at this time. I think it is premature, but I think the discussion was well worth the time. And I really appreciate all the views that were expressed today and the enlightened views that you have on this subject.
Councilmember Enmeyer.
I do appreciate everyone coming and speaking their voice here tonight. It is important. That's why we have a democracy. That's why we have freedom of speech, to hear everyone's voice in it. I think what wasn't said tonight was that 1.127 million people died by COVID. And a lot of those deaths could have been prevented if we followed sound science on masks and on vaccines. So, also, just a quick clarification. COVID-19 is called COVID-19 because it started in 2019, not because it was the 19th COVID. When it comes to masks, I teach history. You can go back to the Renaissance, to the Black Death. The doctors back then, they wore masks. They wore masks in the 1918 outbreak of the Spanish flu. Masks have worked throughout history. Recent science has shown, depending on the mask, a cloth mask, you have about a 56% chance of stopping the spread, where a I-95 mask has about a 83% chance of stopping the spread of COVID and other particles. Is that perfect? No. Does it bring down the transmission? Yes. And we got to start thinking, it's not just about my own personal freedom. It's about the health of my neighbor. It's about the health of the other people in the community. It's protecting those who are vulnerable. Now, I do agree, though, that this is, if it is a state mandate, then that would supersede anything that we would come across, and we need to be listening to our health experts. So this should not be the council here where we make that decision. We need to be listening to our medical professionals and our scientists who know the facts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Enmeyer. Councilmember Leffler.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate all the speakers. I mean, you all made good points, but this isn't, to me, about whether the vaccines work or they don't work, or the masks work or they don't work. Here's my personal feeling, because I want everybody to understand that. I am completely against mandated vaccines. I'm completely against parents not being able to decide whether your kids get vaccinated. I'm also completely against a mask mandate at this point. If you want to wear a mask, wear the mask. If you don't want to wear the mask, don't wear the mask. That's up to you. I see many people in the audience, I think there was like 10 earlier total, who are wearing masks. They felt that they needed to. I think that's great, you know. If most people here are not wearing masks, I'm not wearing one. None of the councilors at this point, we feel why we feel safe, who knows? That's up to everybody, but we feel safe, we're not wearing the mask. That's not what this is about again. I've commented numerous times, and the first time was at my appointment, whatever hearing or whatever you call that thing, and I said the one thing was I was going to be nonpartisan on decisions made on the council. I don't believe that political, Republican, Democrat, conservative, liberal, should come into matters that don't really have anything to do with the city. And the reason I brought up that with the state, you know, usurp our authority, it's not because I agree that the state should usurp our authority. I do not. But that's just a fact we have to deal with. And I think Councilmember Cabral came up with probably the most cogent comment I've heard, in that, you know, you got to trust us a little bit. If something comes up, like happened that Steve was talking about, we filled the place with sand, the bike or the skate park, we put up fences. That cannot happen again. But you need to trust us when it does happen. The preemptive strike here, I just don't see why it's relevant. I mean, it's divisive. If you remember, we had the proposal about abortion in San Clemente. I don't know how many of you were there at the community center. There was 300 people there yelling and screaming and holding signs on both sides. I don't want to divide the city over this issue, certainly not at this time. I ask you that you please trust, if something does happen and a mandate comes down or whatever comes down, that this council can get together, we can have an emergency meeting and we can address it. And if you've listened to what I've said, please listen. I think you'll understand what I feel on this. But as far as putting in an ordinance now, I just don't think this is the time. But that's not coming off the table. And I ask you to just trust this council to address the issues when they come up and when they're relevant.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I do have a comment, yeah. Well, again, I thank everyone for coming. Love the engagement with the public, but we've engaged now, and maybe it was an hour or something like that, in a theoretical discussion about an issue that's really not before us and not germane. I don't like mandates either, right? And I second a lot of the concerns out here, but this isn't something that's before us. It's something that's divisive. It's theoretical. It's not present. It's not a policy decision germane to the city right now. And we've got so much before us in this city that we need to be addressing. So I hope we don't agendize things like this anymore, that engage in a difficult and strained discussion with very strong feelings on multiple sides, that's not moving the ball down the field for the city. That's not what the residents deserve. The residents deserve us to work on public safety, to work on making sure that people have fire insurance, making sure we have sand on our beaches. And we've now taken our eye off the ball by this discussion. So I hope, Mayor Pro Tem, you don't agendize things like this anymore, because this isn't something that's before us that we can make a decision on right now. It's theoretical. And also, as we heard from our city attorney, as much as we might not like it, Councilmember Leffler said, if there's a state mandate, a state requirement, we are mandated to follow that, or we'll be out of conformity with state law. So that's the truth that we find ourselves in. Like it or leave it, but that is the truth, right? And so I hope that we don't have things agendized that take away from the urgent needs of the city, which this is not one right now. So, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, to follow up, again, this is not an ordinance. No ordinance has been suggested, no ordinance is being recommended. Not even a formal resolution. What we're asking, the reason why I brought this up is to make sure we had an understanding that the staff policy would be that we wouldn't restrict our citizens, close our parks, based on recommendations from the CDC or anyone else, and that any decisions along this line would be brought back to this council for consideration. And I appreciate your concerns, but this is not an irrelevant topic. This is a hugely important topic, and we all understand that if there's a state law or there's a state mandate, that trumps it. Everyone knows that. Some people have a difference of opinion, but that's not the issue tonight. The issue tonight is, when these issues arise, will staff unilaterally do what they did 2 and 3 years ago, or will staff bring back the issue to this council, as Mr. Loeffler suggested and as Victor suggested? I think that's a reasonable public policy, and I'm delighted to hear the city manager's thoughts on that. I think he's spot on what he's suggested his policy is, and I just think this council ought to just simply make an opinion that that's a reasonable staff policy for direction for the council in the future, or for direction for staff in the future.
Yeah, just a question. I think what you've just stated is common sense to all of us. I really do. When something comes up, and I think we've seen Mr. Hall's performance in the last few months would certainly suggest that would happen. I think we've gotten great engagement from city attorney that shows that she is not hesitant to step up. And I think we have a council that will step up and do that, Steve. I really, and I have to disagree with Mayor on one thing, is when you get a council person, whoever it is, that brings something forward, and you get a second from another council person, it's important enough to talk about. That's all, no matter what that topic is. And yes, I hope we can focus on city matters, that we really have the power to discuss. I really do. But the concept is, yes. And Steve, you and I, it's funny, I think the public thinks that we disagree more than we agree. That's really not true. We have different ways of getting there, but we have the same feeling. But I think what you just stated, Steve, was perfect. And when I'm
going to try and move the discussion along. Is there a motion, or are we?
Well, I just think we just need to, I'll make a motion that we just have a staff policy that any future mandates or decisions along those lines would be brought back to the council for council consideration. That's my motion.
I'll second that.
I think that's, the wording that Steve just used.
We have a motion and a second. Does everybody understand the motion? Do you not understand the motion?
Could you repeat it one more time?
My motion was for staff policy direction that if any mask mandate or vaccine mandate comes down, or a decision needs to be made regarding those issues, that this council make that decision on behalf of the city and not the city staff. And that's my motion.
And is that the motion you're seconding?
I'll second that, yeah.
Okay.
Can I?
So now we'd have discussion?
Sure.
Yeah. Is that different than anything that we're doing right now already?
Well, no, I have a strong belief, and I think I've made it clear to the council, that the council establishes policy for this community and staff implements that policy. So I think that doesn't play just for this instance. I think it plays for all instances. This is the policy-making body for the city, and the staff implements that policy.
Could I, city attorney, do you find anything problematic with with what Mayor Pro Tem Knobloch has stated? It sounds to me like it's kind of what we're doing business as usual anyway, I think.
I agree with everything the city manager just said.
Okay.
Call for the question.
Okay, all right, so this is a motion to do what the city manager has already pledged to do.
Well-
Councilmember Enmeyer.
No.
Councilmember Leffler.
Aye.
Councilmember Cabral.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll preface my vote with saying this is not something the city's already doing. This city has proven that it will shut down parks, restrict people, and I agree that this management is not doing that, and so my vote on
Wait,
this is yes.
you agree that this management
Would not do the taking away freedom, shutting down parks and so with that, my vote is yes.
Okay, well, I'm not in the practice of having hour-long discussions and preemptive theoretical guidance for things that the city manager is already doing. So I'm going to say no, but the motion passes. So Duncan and Enmeyer are the no.
Ready to move on to consent?
Yes.
Okay, so I have 4 items that have been pulled by the public, possibly 5. No. 4 items that have been pulled by the public. Item 7E.
E as in Edward?
E as in Edward, F as in Frank, H as in Henry, J as in John.
Could you list those one more time, please?
E as in Edward, F as in Frank, H as in Henry, J as in John.
Before we move the balance, do any council members want to make any disclosures?
Oh, yeah. And this is on, I want to make a disclosure on item, I just have to find out which one it is here.
Rick, would you like to tell us something?
I do, I just got to see which item it is here.
7K, Councilmember Leffler.
7A?
7K is in King.
7K. I'd like to make a disclosure on item 7K. I'd like to disclose that I am the non-compensated CEO of the Friends of San Clemente Foundation, and I have a non-interest in this matter.
Okay, thank you. That was anticlimactic.
I'm sorry.
And for the record, I'll just read the item. It's consideration of approving temporary beer sales at the Friends of San Clemente Beaches, Parks and Recreation Foundation Carnival Colossal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And could I pull G also? And I apologize for doing it.
Oops. Does anybody else want to pull anything? Nope. Okay, anyone want to move the balance?
I just have a question. Is item N and O, have they been pulled from the agenda or are they still on? Is that?
They've not been pulled, they need action.
They need action. And the action is to reject the bids and go forward. Got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Second.
Motion is Noblock, second is Leffler. Any opposed? Hearing none. Passes by unanimous consent.
First item, 7E, notice of completion storm drain improvements at 1601 Cali Las Bolas was pulled by George Gregory. Would you like to hear the public comment first? Or would you like?
We
the
have any staff report or anything?
There's no staff
Okay,
report.
yes, we hear the public comment, please.
Okay.
Even though the written contract may be completed, there's more work to be done on this project. My biggest concern is the catch basin in front of my property that is extremely long and extremely deep and extremely wide. Unnecessarily so, because this pit is huge compared to the little pipe that it feeds. Obviously, the water that goes in there can only be absorbed by the pipe. There's no reason for this giant catch basin that is smelly, unattractive, and is causing a nuisance. I have a plan to mitigate this problem. One is to make it shorter, smaller, and less deep, and it'll work just fine. This catch basin is not on a hill. It is in a fairly flat area, and it is unnecessary. I believe when it was originally built, that the backhoe operator just thought he knew everything and dug a giant pit, and they just covered it over by building this giant pillbox. This thing that you could defend my property with several machine guns. You could actually put about half a platoon in there. So it's silly, big, wide, and deep, and it's causing a bug problem, a smell problem, and an odor problem. It's a nuisance. So we could just wall it off, fill it full of concrete. In the length of it, we could just make that a continuation of the gutter. It'd be fairly simple. It'd take a truck and a half of concrete or something like that. I'm willing to even fiscally help with this, or labor-wise. I'll jump down in there. I've got a roto hammer. I know how to build a form. Please help me, please. So I don't know whether we can, I don't think it's fair to the contractor to hold his money back, but I don't think it's fair to me having to continue to put up with this. My neighbors, my tenants complain about it, and, I'll bring you a petition if that matters, but it shouldn't be necessary. Any questions would be welcome.
Mayor and Council, I'll make sure that our staff and the Marines get a hold of George about his pillbox and fixing the pillbox. But Dave's back here, and I'll make sure the two of them connect here and have that conversation and see if there isn't something we can do that would improve the situation.
Thank you very much, sir.
We don't have any more comments, do we?
No additional
Okay,
comments.
so discussion?
Yeah, Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Cabral.
The contract has been completed, though, so in terms of what the expectations are, what they were told to build, they did what they were supposed to do, even though someone may not like it.
That's correct. We may
Okay.
need to go back out and make some modifications, but that's right. This project is now complete, so we may need to make some additional modifications. But it sounds like Dave may have some.
Could we ask staff about?
Yeah, Dave Riebensdorf, Utilities Director, I guess Public Works Director now. The catch basin in question was built approximately a decade and a half to 2 decades ago, and it was not part of this project. So that's something that staff can look at separately. We currently go out on a quarterly basis or frequent basis to clean out that catch basin to reduce odors, but it's something that staff can certainly look into further.
All right, so it's probably something we can't discuss anyhow, so.
Yeah, if it's beyond the scope of this, do you want to go ahead and move it?
I would move item E.
Okay, motion is Cabral, second is Enmeyer. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, it's by unanimous consent. Dave, welcome to your new position.
Yeah, congratulations,
Congrats.
I think.
Next item on the agenda was also pulled
I
by the
think.
public. It's a contract award for Coastal Administrator Services.
Keep Mayor to midday.
Would you like me to call the speaker first?
Yes,
Speakers?
how many speakers?
2.
Okay.
Amanda Q, followed by Susie Whitelaw.
So as a 50-year resident of San Clemente, I'm in opposition of the 3-year Coastal Contract Administrator Services that has an hourly rate of $180 per hour, not to exceed $165,000 annually. Our city has a history of hiring consultants without any work product, and we have a history of no accountability from those consultants. I think we need a conservative approach with the contracts that the city enters into agreements with, starting now. A couple of months ago, I reached out to the administrative manager for the city of Newport Beach, and along with his normal duties in the Public Works Department, he also manages the sand replenishment with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, as well as dredging proposals, and he has a full-time position. So according to Transparent California, his total income is less than $165,000 a year. So I don't understand why we are going to give a consultant a rate of $165,000 a year, and this is not a full-time position. Our city has a history of hiring these consultants like Stan Oftali that had no work product at all, Mark Aprea, and McCallie, EKA, Englander, Knabe and Allen, Mike Roos and Co. So I think we need to take a conservative approach. And I've spoken on the matter a couple of times now throughout the years. This, I'm respectfully requesting an amendment for a one-year contract with a quarterly updates from the consultant. I think it's imperative to do that. This is about transparency, and this is about fiscal responsibility, and I think that we need to do that. Thank you very much.
Susie Whitelaw.
Susie Whitelaw, speaking as president of Save Our Beaches San Clemente. Our group advocated for this position of coastal administrator for a long time. We want San Clemente to be like Oceanside, where their coastal administrator has achieved a tremendous amount in the last year, and their coastline is on a fast track to restoration and almost the front page of the New York Times. What we asked for is what Oceanside has, a dedicated staff member working 40 hours a week, probably more than 40, only focused on getting sand and sand retention structures on our beach. What we've ended up with is a consultant who, if my math is correct, would be working about 15 hours a week, and including their additional duties that they already have related to the LCP. So I'm not really sure how many hours a week that consultant would really be able to spend on getting our sand back on our beaches. I'm really not sure if the city understands how much work there is that needs to be done. We need much more than 15 hours a week. We need at least 30. We really need 40 hours a week from a person. And I'm not sure what happened during the last employment round, but if I make a suggestion, if Ms. Meyerhoff could have the available time and work 30 hours a week for 6 months, and meantime, the city advertise again for a position and really look for somebody who's going to be an employee. Maybe we could move all of our projects through faster and more effectively. Thank you.
Thank you.
No additional speaker cards.
Okay. Any discussion?
I would just like to ask our city manager the rationale for this position and the rationale for the salary schedule that goes with that.
I think the person that we've identified to be our coastal administrator is the most talented coastal administrator in the state of California. I think we're lucky to have her. I think any coastal organization would be glad to have her on board and on the team. And so we're very fortunate to have that. In terms of the costs, I would point out that the $165,000 is a not to exceed. I want to make sure that that's very clear. This is an hourly based contract, and that hourly based, it should be clear that that's not a salary. The city does not pay retirement. We do not pay health benefits. We do not pay any kind of association fees for that person. We don't pay liability insurance. We don't pay workers' compensation insurance. That's all wrapped up into that fee. And so, we've analyzed that very carefully to make sure that we're doing this in the most efficient way possible. Now, I know that the city council was very clear about the fact that they would like to have a dedicated person doing this for the city. If that is still the direction of the city council, staff is very glad to move in that direction. However, I don't believe that we will find anyone more talented, skilled, connected, have the ability to put sand on our beach than Leslie Meyerhoff. I think she is absolutely the best choice we could have ever hoped to have gotten through this process.
And what's the hourly rate that we're paying?
It depends on which employee is working there. It's anywhere between $180 per hour and $165 per hour.
165 to 180? Okay.
Go ahead, Councilmember Cabral.
I would ask, in a normal situation, I know there's a percentage of that is administrative costs, so all those other costs, the retirement, all those other benefits, housing, those are almost, 40%, 50% normally in a contract?
Yeah, it depends on the salary of the employee, but it's a big portion of the what we call a fully burdened rate. The fully
Yeah.
burdened rate would include everything from not only the salary, but there's a lot of overhead, of course, for city employees, whether that be CalPERS. We're not only CalPERS, but we also pay Social Security, so we kind of pay double for our employees, if you will. And then there's liability insurance, there's office space, there's a lot of things that go into the total cost of an employee. And you're right, it's usually at least 40 or 50% higher than the actual salary.
Any other council members?
Yeah, I just want to say, it's been my urging of this council for the last 2 years to bring on board a full-time sand czar, someone who's focused to our priority, which is sand on our beaches. And it always concerned me, I thought if we had a full-time employee that 40 hours a week, there's going to be a lot of downtime. And I think getting the consultant with this experience and this depth of knowledge of the bureaucracy, which I think has been one of the main impediments to moving forward, is everyone's afraid of the Coastal Commission, the Army Corps, the state parks, and all the agencies that are involved in a very complicated environmental issue. And she's got the credentials to handle that. And also, because it's a contract for services based on actual time, we'll get the benefit of that as well. So I'm glad we're moving in this direction finally, and I can support the contract completely.
Just to kind of close it out, so, the council, obviously, our direction was to hire a full-time employee. City manager, did you find an individual who would be a full-time employee and able to perform like the contractor would
I
here?
do think that there were options. We did look and we tried to negotiate with a full-time employee. That full-time employee decided to choose other employment. We did go several rounds of different types of working structures, working times, some of those kinds of things that didn't work out in the end. The other candidates that we had compared with the quality of Ms. Meyerhoff, they simply weren't at that level of expertise, and we wanted to get the highest level of expertise into this organization possible. That's always my goal. I think we ended up with the highest level of expertise we could have hoped for in this process.
So it's not about just having a body there, it's about who you have.
In this particular case, you can't fake this. You have to truly understand the process, and it's not as easy as it sounds.
Right.
You can't go to the quarry, fill a dump truck full of sand, and go dump it on the beach. I know that's what everybody thinks happens. It's not, it's way more complicated than that, and you have to understand those processes, and I don't know that there's anyone in the state that understands those better than Ms. Meyerhoff.
Right,
We're
yeah,
very
so I mean, I
lucky.
think, because I'm a big believer we should have somebody on city staff, but for this specialized position, I think we do need the very best person who can get the job done for us, so I'm convinced of that. Go ahead.
I would
Councilmember
just
Cabral.
add, yes, we all started this process 9 months ago, maybe 10 now. We wanted to find the very best person that could get the job done. It wasn't, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, we did go through a process. We looked for the ideal candidate. We did try to find a permanent, full-time person, and your decision was the best for the city is this candidate that's been selected, and I trust your judgment.
Okay, do we have a motion to move this item?
I would move to approve this item.
Second.
Motion is Cabral, second is Noblock. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Passes unanimously. The motion does.
Okay, next item on the agenda was pulled by Councilmember Loeffler. Consideration of approving the purchase of water meters for fiscal year 23-24 and finding the project categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. And Public Works Director Riebensdorf is headed to the podium.
Okay.
And I know Dave's got a presentation, but maybe to expedite it, I could just ask him the question that I had. Would that be okay for everybody?
Do you have a presentation, Dave, or would you prefer if?
I don't know.
Oh, that's
Okay,
even
go ahead.
better.
Councilmember Loeffler, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
and-
by the way, do we have any public comments?
We do not have any
Okay.
public comments.
Yeah, and the whole thing, this is pulling the package, and there was just some confusion on my part. It looked like that there was a bid, and we got two bids, and one was for like $29,000, and one was for $0. And I just wanted, and Dave's already explained it briefly to me, and just for clarification, I think it's apples and oranges. This isn't just like a true bid, and these are what came in. Could you just briefly, please, Dave, just kind of explain why these two invoices are like this?
Yeah, they're basically two proposals. One is from Ferguson Waterworks, and those are for 1 and 2 inch meters. And our staff will determine during the fiscal year how many of those meters need to be replaced. So it's basically just unit cost for each of those meters. And then we also have from Metron Farrier the same listing or a different listing of meters, but for Metron Farrier, the city uses 3 to 6 inch meters, but they've listed basically their catalog price for all their meters, but we'll only be purchasing the 3 to 6 on those. And it just depends on the needs of utilities and how many meters will be replaced during the current fiscal year.
Okay, I think that's clear now, thank you.
Okay, go move it.
I'll make a motion to adopt, sorry, this is G, right? Yeah, adopt resolution number 23106 for the consideration of approving the purchase of the water meters.
Second.
Okay. Motion is Enmeyer, second is Leffler. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And thank you, new Public Works Director Reisendorf, thank you so much.
And seeing no opposition, the motion passes unanimously.
Next consent item pulled by the public was 7H, consideration of authorizing entry for construction, San Clemente Shoreline Coastal Storm Damage Reduction Project, and that was pulled by Lois McNichol.
I just have, it allowed me to make a comment about the agenda in general, actually. And that is that the item that you read, and then below, you are supposed to receive an explanation of that item. But instead, you get an exact reading of, well, not an exact, now it's put out in more words, but it's the same thing that you have just read in the item itself, as in the one that we're talking about, 7H. So it's like you don't get any explanation of what that particular item is and what it's supposed to do. So if in fact we're not going to have that, then really what you need to do with these agendas is just simply put the agenda item on there and then tell everybody, okay, you have to read whatever is on the website in order to get more information, because you're not getting more information from the agenda item. The only other thing that I would say is that you need to do something about your website, because there is absolutely, I looked for the city council meetings for 20 minutes on the San Clemente website. And all I found were planning council and this particular meeting and that particular meeting. But the fact that the city council meetings and the fact that they were changed in the month of September was nowhere to be found. So that needs to be front and center. Your webpage, the San Clemente webpage for the city council, that needs to be a separate webpage all by itself, a separate page, and it needs to have all of the meeting times, and especially if one is going to be changed, that needs to be out there right away so the public will know.
Okay, thank you.
I would move item 7H.
Okay.
Second.
Leffler's got the second. Okay, Cabral with the motion to adopt the staff recommendation for 7H. And the second is Leffler. All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous.
And the last item on consent that was pulled by the public is item 7J, approval of the fiscal year 2023-24 Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Commission work plan. And the first speaker is Susie Whitelaw, followed by Patricia Holloway.
Susie Whitelaw speaking for Save Our Beaches San Clemente. Our group is very supportive of the process where the council is carving out coastal erosion and sand issues from the BPNR and devolving those issues to the newly reformed Coastal Advisory Committee. We're also very supportive of BPNR retaining responsibility for advising the city on the more human and recreational aspects of the beaches. And I believe, at least, that this work plan is a good reflection of that division of responsibilities. Now that the BPNR no longer has the responsibility for the sand and coastal erosion issues, we think it's very important that the Coastal Advisory Committee that has been appointed, that they meet, and that they also review this work plan so that the whole committee could look at it and kind of agree that these are good breakdowns between the responsibilities. And I would also just like to note that that committee has a deadline for submission of its work plan of October 1st. And since the committee has not yet been allowed to meet, that the council should allow for an extension of that work plan so that that committee can plan and conduct its work in an orderly fashion as an offshoot from BPNR.
Thank you. All right, any other comments?
Patricia Holloway?
Hello. I have a question about goal number 1 for the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Commission. It says collaborate with local garden clubs and nurseries to beautify our parks by planting succulents, flowers, and beautiful plants. And I would like to add trees to that, that goal. In fact, I believe trees are probably the most important of that goal. And I happen to be the tree guru, I guess you could say, for the garden club. And we would be more than happy to help the city plant trees in our parks and so on, as well as other plants and flowers, and help take care of those things. And I also, for many years now, probably a decade, I work with a nonprofit nursery based at the UC Irvine campus that's overseen by the Irvine Ranch Water District board members there. And we have access for trees free of charge. They're smaller trees, 15-gallon trees typically, and then all kinds of native and low water using shrubs and ground covers. And we could, liaison between the city and this nonprofit nursery to provide, additional plants to the city of San Clemente. And I know I'm aware that our Public Works Department does not want to plant smaller trees in general, particularly in high-traffic areas, but perhaps there are slopes or out-of-the-way locations where a smaller tree could thrive and, be free of charge to the city. So happy to work with you on that.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask the speaker just one quick question? So where it says flowers, beautiful plants couldn't possibly cover trees there?
Well, I like to have it called out specifically.
But not by species, just trees would be, okay?
Trees would be great.
Okay. All right. Any discussion on that? Would you like to make a motion to add trees?
I would like to make that motion to add trees.
We'll gladly
Okay,
second that motion.
good.
Thanks, Susan, for her involvement.
Thank you. All right. Motion is Leffler. Second is Noblock to approve the work plan with the addition of trees to number 1.
Yep.
Is that clear, City Attorney? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Okay,
You
moving on.
want to take a 5-minute break
5-minute
for
break,
public
okay.
hearings? Okay.
Wait, what we're going to do, was M pulled or no?
No.
Okay, no.
I don't think there was any other.
That was it for
Yeah,
consent.
Okay.
We will take a 5-minute break, returning at
Do we have K?
8.
Was K pulled?
Cake? Did you say cake?
K-
We will
K-
returning at,
K.
we'll return at 8:55. 8:55, thank you. Are you ready up there? Okay.
If you're going to bang that gavel, you say something first.
Okay, I'm saying something.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, we're going back in session here after our break. Thank you. Went a little more than 5 minutes. Appreciate your indulgence there. City Clerk.
Yes, Mayor and Council, next item on the agenda is public hearing number 3 to receive input on draft maps and potential election sequencing for by-district elections. So I will tee us off with just a.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, could you open the public
Oh,
hearing?
I'm sorry. Oh, wait. Okay, so you announced the item. Okay. All right, I'll open the public hearing.
Okay. I will tee us off with just a brief introduction before our consultant, Dr. Levitt, steps to the podium. Council last met on this item on September 5th. We held our second public hearing September 5th. After September 5th, we began receiving public maps for input. We accepted maps from September 6th through the 14th, where the public could submit the maps, and the consultant would include those maps in his set of maps that are being presented this evening. We received 19 maps, 11 of which are unique, and we have all of those listed on the city website. I can direct the public to our website. We're just pulling it up now so that they can follow along, and this is also for the benefit of the individuals that are here in the council chambers. So I'll guide you to our public mapping, our district election website. From our homepage, you'll go to Departments and Services, City Clerk Services, and then down to District Elections. You'll notice that there's an English version and a Spanish version. So under District Elections, scroll down, and we've got all of the maps that were received by the public. These were put together by our consultant. And we've got our proposed election sequencing by map, public submittal, so this is everything submitted by the public, and then our interactive review map. And if you select the interactive review map, give it just 1 second to pop up, this is where our consultant, staff, the public can zoom into each of the maps. So you can take away HOA areas, you can add population if you'd like, and then you can layer these maps as you see fit. So you can zoom in, you can add multiple maps. So I just wanted to kind of give that brief overview as our consultant discusses the maps tonight. So with that, I will turn it over to Justin Levitt, and he will begin his presentation.
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor Duncan, members of the council, members of community who are here tonight, and thank you to Laura for demoing that site. We are going to look at it later if need be, and especially as we get into more of the details of the maps during and after the public hearing. So it's a pleasure to be back here tonight for our third public hearing to present the plans. If we go to the next slide, just to kind of review where we are in the timeline. We're at about the halfway point through this process. We're a little bit farther than that in terms of what we need to accomplish, but this is where we transition from talking about communities of interest, neighborhoods, Y districts, and the California Voting Rights Act to, is this not, okay, I'll just talk closer. Okay. Sorry. Sorry, I'll start again. This is the transition from our first part of the meeting, of our process, where we talked about the California Voting Rights Act, Y districts, and what factors we consider in drawing districts, to the point where we'll start to review the maps. And we talk about which lines actually work best and will serve the community best for the next decade until the 2030 census data comes out and the city looks and reevaluates in 2031. Now, in this stage of the process, we do have 2 public hearings at a minimum required. This is the first of those 2. So this is our first look at all the draft maps we've received so far. We have received 11 unique submissions from the community. NDC drew 2 maps as well. And I will just note for the record that we also have received maps that were after the deadline for posting for this hearing. And those maps will be posted as part of our submission for the fourth public hearing. The reason for that is state law requires that all the maps that we showed today have been on the website for a minimum of 7 days, a minimum of a week. And in fact, we went to the community and said, we're going to give you 10 days to make sure that we have enough time to review the maps before this meeting. And so those new maps that have come in will be processed for the next hearing. The deadline for community submissions for that is Friday, October 6th, by 5 p.m. If we receive them by that date, we will make sure to draw them in. They will be posted on Tuesday, October 10th, by the end of business day, a week before that hearing. And any maps we receive after that will not be able to be discussed on the 10th, and that's in state law. At the next hearing will be the first opportunity the council has to make a decision or selection of a map for district elections. And that map would be used through the 2030 election, at which point we would get the new data and revise before the 2032 census. So that kind of takes us into this next stage of the process. So if we go to the next slide, the list of criteria that we...
Can I just ask?
Sure.
Can you just clarify? You said the earliest that we could pick out a map would be after the 10th?
At the hearing on the 10th. At the hearing on the 10th.
Just a quick correction, it's actually October 17th.
Oh, 17th.
Maps are due online on October 10th.
Sorry. Yeah, 10th is the posting date.
Okay.
The 17th is the hearing.
Okay.
Thank you for that correction. I have another hearing on the 10th, so all these dates are very much coming together.
So to clarify, that the earliest we can make a decision on a map or make recommendations is 17th. Is that
To
what I
to
heard?
pick a final map, yes.
Recommendations, but we can't do that
Tonight,
right?
we'll ask you if you want to designate one or more maps as focus maps to help eliminate some of the maps, for example, that you think that don't serve your purpose well. For example, if we have both 4 and 5 district maps and you wanted to make a decision on 4 versus 5 and eliminate the maps, or at least remove from your consideration at the fourth public hearing maps that don't fit that criterion, that could be something you did tonight. Or simply, you want to say that here are 3 maps that we think really serve the community well, and we'd like the public to use these as a starting point if you're thinking about drawing a new map for the next meeting or modifying a map. In addition, you'll have an opportunity tonight to make requests of us. If you want us to bring anything back, if you want us to try anything, test anything, experiment with something, we would do that for the next public hearing to make sure that we have that for you on the 17th. So this is our first review, but it's something that we hope that maybe will come out of tonight with 3 or 5 focus maps, plus any requests that you have for revisions or changes that you'd like to see. And even if it doesn't end up working, it's better to just make the request and let us try it out than it is to just kind of leave it out there and not know the answer, I think.
So we want to move the ball down the field.
Yes.
Right, so that we can hopefully score.
Right.
At one of the
So
next
that
hearings.
on the 17th, when I'm back here and you ask a question like, what happens if you keep this community together? I can point to map, 114 and say, this is what we tried to do.
Okay.
So our rules and criteria that we talked about as principles for drawing the maps also serve us as principles for evaluating the maps. So all of our maps, except we received 13 maps, as I said before. One of them is a single district map, so it only has one out of, in that map, 5 council districts. The other 12 maps all were population balanced. That means that they have their difference between the largest and smallest districts under that 10% margin. In terms of the Voting Rights Act, each of the maps has a district with a similar Latino population, around 12 to 17%, 17% by eligible voters, and then 12% by registration. In all of the maps, it's fairly similar number, whether we're talking 4 districts or 5 districts. The numbers are very similar across the board.
What numbers?
On the highest Latino percentage you can get in a single district.
Is a range of between where and where?
It's a very narrow range. I think it's between about 15 and 20%. And that's within the margins of error.
Every one of the 5 or every one of the 4 has between 15 or 20
Yeah,
roughly?
by eligible
Okay.
voters, citizen voting age population. It'll look a little bit higher by total population, but eligible voters or citizens of voting age, that's what the courts use for that number. They all have a district where the registration and voting is about 12% by surname estimation. And so our focus really becomes the middle column, the Fair Maps Act criterion, which are rank ordered in this list of priority. First, contiguity. All of our maps meet the contiguity criterion. That means they have one outside boundary. We don't have districts that are split into 2 or more parts. Second, neighborhoods and communities of interest. We'll talk about this as we go through the different maps. We have a table at the end that I'll show you that lists the sub-HOAs, the small HOAs that are divided. And then we'll have a bigger conversation about how those neighborhoods connect to each other, because I think the maps do some very different things across the board when it comes to that. Third, easily identifiable boundaries. One of the clearly identifiable boundaries that we've heard time and time again in the submissions we're getting is Interstate 5. Some of them use Interstate 5 as a dividing line. Some of them deliberately cross Interstate 5. There may be other roads or other features that serve as those good boundaries as well. And then compactness. And compactness, which the law defines as not bypassing one group of people to get to a more distant group of people. I think most of our maps look pretty good on here. There's one 5-district map that we'll talk about a little bit about compactness particularly. And then our third column, other traditional districting principles. These are principles that can be used to balance the maps if you, for example, like 2 or 3 different maps as a final test. These are factors that courts have recognized as being valid, but are not in law as required things you have to look at. For example, respecting voters' choices, it's the principle that the voters of the city have elected a council, and that decision on whether council members remain should be left up to the voters rather than the stroke of a pen on the map. Similarly, for future population growth, the idea that we might have some growth in certain areas, but less growth in other areas over the next decade, that can be used as a final balancing test between 2 good maps. So if we go to the next slide and actually start to look at the maps, this is our presentation does include a link to that interactive web viewer, which we'll come back to after public comment. We divide these up by the 4-district maps first, and then we'll show you the 5-district maps. Of our 13 maps, I believe 10 of them are 4-district maps, and 3 of them are 5 districts. We go to the next slide. We kind of have grouped some of them together by similar features. And this is just to make this presentation a little bit shorter and also show you the similarities and differences between some of the different districting maps. Both of these maps have a northern coastal district where all the way from the northern end of the city, just one of the districts goes along the coast as far as it can. In both cases, it has a slight crossover Interstate 5. In map 101, that's kind of toward the central part of the city around Avenida Pico. In map 109, that's at the very north end of the city. Both of these then have a southern district that kind of is the southern quarter of the city. And then they have a little bit of a difference, as you can see, especially when it comes to districts, the blue and pink districts, inland. In map 101, that district follows the freeway, creating a central corridor through the central strip of the city along Interstate 5, while map 109 kind of divides it into a north central and northeast quadrant approach to those lines. If we go to the next one, we can kind of see these differences come out even further. These maps have a central coastal district with 3 districts touching the Pacific. All of them have a southern district that links the communities at the very southern end of the city, with the areas to the inland, just inland of it. And then they all have a district that kind of goes in between Avenida Pico and Avenida Vista Hermosa from the Talega community to Interstate 5. Thus, they all have sort of a northwestern district that's very compact to each other. And you can kind of see how similar in shape these 3 maps are to each other, just kind of looking at them. And so that's why we put them on the same slide. You can see there are slight differences. For example, map 106 has a little bit that comes down. It's a census block line they're following that kind of wraps around south of Avenida Pico on the very western end of this, or eastern end of the city. While map 110, for example, just cuts it straight across along the power line, where the power line cuts through south of the businesses south of Avenida Pico. If we go to the next slide, we also see some maps that just use Avenida Pico as the dividing line. So rather than taking that district from Talega all the way down, what they do is they just, there's one, again, a central coastal district, just as we saw in the previous maps. But this time, that District 1 in pink kind of comes alongside that district, to include the North Shore, as well as that northern corridor, really keeping the Talega community separate from the communities along the freeway, if you will. And then Avenida Pico is used entirely in map 104, and almost entirely in map 111 as the border of that southern district, the northern border of that southern district. And so if we go to the next maps, we did see a couple of options that are just different from anything else we've seen in these terms of these maps. I mentioned crossing the freeway. Map 105 completely ignores the freeway. 3 districts cross the freeway, and they basically divide the coast into 3 equal areas, with 1/3 in the pink District 1, a third in 3 in green, and a third in District 4 in purple. Map 112, on the other hand, starts at the northern end of the city and creates 2 districts that kind of hug the freeway. One on the coast and one inland. Again, some differences between these and any of the other maps we've seen. I should mention, we tried to keep the numbering more or less similar on all the maps. So if you notice that a lot of the maps did not have a specific numbering on them, and even some that did, we tried to keep the numbering consistent so that when we refer to the blue district or District 2 as it's numbered, it's always going to be more or less in the same part of the city. And so these are unique 4-district maps. They don't really look like any of the other proposals. Going to the next slide, we start our 5-district maps, and if we continue on. These 2 maps, map 108 and 113, are 2 5-district maps that have a compact Talega-centered northern district. And they also have a north-central district that kind of goes from Interstate 5 to Talega along the northern end of the city. Where they really differ is along the coast. 113 divides the coast into 2 areas, kind of using the pier as the midpoint. Map 108 divides it into 3, separating those southern communities, and has 3 districts that cross the freeway, as opposed to only having 2 districts that cross Interstate 5 and map 113. And they're at the edges, at the north and south end of the city. And then, of course, if we go to the next slide, we have our single district map, 103. Since it was only a single district, and he said it's only, the submitter said it was balanced in a 5-district map, we've just drawn it in to show you what that looked like. If it was something you were interested in, it could be fit into another 5-district proposal. And then map 107 is the one I raised the issue about compactness earlier. Stated objective of map 107 was to make sure that each district had as many different types of communities as possible. So without trying to divide any of the sub-HOAs, they've tried to link a whole bunch of different communities from the coast to the eastern end of the city. And so I raised that compactness issue with that map. If that was something that you were thinking or that you were interested in, we would raise that issue. If we go to the next slide, just to kind of summarize the different maps. And I think this table is actually really helpful we've ranked them in order here from 101 all the way to 113. I say the numbering was just based on the order received. So the first map we got was 101 all the way down. We see that the only sub-HOAs that are really divided, there's 2 of them. 3 maps divide Forster Highlands, which is a neighborhood that crosses Avenida Pico I believe, and they all divide at that street. And then one map divides the reserve. Again, it's a major road that cuts through that neighborhood, and they're dividing along the major road. Now, I will mention that 102, we did receive multiple copies of. I have a packet with about, I think, 8 submissions in a single packet. Plus, after the deadline, we received copies of it as public comment for this workshop from several individuals as well. So we haven't drawn them in separately, but we did want to note that map 102 was submitted by multiple individuals.
Before you go on, and what's the implication of splitting an HOA as far as, acceptance of a map?
Sure. So we identified those kind of sub-HOAs as kind of our smallest neighborhoods that we were trying to avoid splitting. Now, some of these are divided along major roads. So if, you're trying to divide along Avenida Pico and a particular part of the city, you are going to divide Forster Highlands. So any map that divides that, there may be that trade-off there that we talk about in redistricting. If we identify Forster Highlands as a neighborhood that should be kept together, then if you were interested in those maps, we could see about adjusting that, moving all of the community into one district in order to keep that community together. Now, a lot of this, I'll say, is because of population deviation. You have to keep the deviation under 10%, and a lot of the maps try to keep it small. I think most of the maps fall within the 3 to 5% range in terms of their deviations. And that really, maybe there's a little bit of room to play to keep some more those communities together. I'm actually kind of surprised how few communities are divided. A lot of our sub-HOAs are fairly small communities. And in terms of drawing our population units, we tried to avoid dividing them unless they were crossed by a major road. And most of the maps really respected those. In addition, we use the HOAs, the historic districts, and some of the other layers that the city provided in order to look at these divisions. If there are other neighborhoods and communities that are not part of HOAs but still have a very defined identity, especially as part of our communities of interest discussion, that's something we could talk about. What street makes a better division, or the best division, the one that makes the most sense to residents on the ground? And that's something that we could talk about more if you have questions about that later, or we're looked at a particular map and said, could you adjust that line to this street or to a particular, to keep a community together? So if we go to our last slide, really today, I guess before our second to last slide, we do want to say a couple words. I was asked to talk a little bit more about sequence of election. And in particular, what we're getting at here is the election years each district will hold their first election. And there's some general rules that we have to follow when it comes to sequencing elections. The first is that basically we have to keep the same number of districts up in each election year as we currently have. So if we have 2 positions up in 2024, then we have to keep 2 seats up for election in 2024. One of those could be the mayor. One of those, they could be 2 districts, they could be a district and a mayor. Then you would have to put the remaining 3 up for their first election in 2026. Again, that could be 2 districts and a mayor, or it could be 3 districts. I give you both options because council has the authority to make that decision about which districts hold their first election when. As a general principle, this is where we use your natural terms as the starting point, because state law also directs us to minimize the impact on current voters, which courts have determined that includes taking into account which council members live where. Now, as part of this, also, what this means is that this is also a rollout. It's not like districts go into effect immediately after the lines are put in. Over the next 2 election cycles, districts have a rollout, so that after the 2024 election, those 2 seats that are now elected by district are considered by district positions. The 3 seats that had elections last in 2022, they're still considered at large up until the 2026 election. When we have the 2026 election and those seats hold their first district elections, then they will be by district. So a lot of times we think districts, oh, immediately they take effect. And no, the state is actually really clear that it's not how it works at all. They take effect over 2 successive election cycles as each seat comes up for its first election. This does mean that if there's a vacancy, for example, in a seat that holds, or of a member who was elected in 2022, and there's a vacancy for that seat, say in 2024, that would still be filled as if it's an at-large seat. So it could be filled from anywhere in the city. And that's the way that the state prescribes that seat be filled, as an at-large seat. This also means that it doesn't shorten any council members' terms, because you're still entitled to the seat you were elected from for the full length of that term you were elected. It doesn't mean if, for example, in some of the maps where where there are pairings of 2 members of different election years, it doesn't guarantee that there'll be a district to run in when that term ends, but it does guarantee that you'll be able to hold that seat for the duration you were elected from. I also wanted to address, and so I'm hoping, I know we got some questions by email, and I've been asked to talk a little bit about the sequencing of elections, and I hope that clarifies this, and I'm happy to answer any more questions about it as well. The other question we wanted to address was this issue of precincts and keeping precincts together. The truth is that precincts are redrawn for every single election, and that maps of precincts change every 2 years, not just because of new districts being created, but because of where they find polling places, and so how they consolidate areas. In fact, in 2022, we had a massive change of precincts because all of our districts from congressional on down through the county and even school district lines changed. And so after we complete our districting process and send our lines to the county will actually re-precinct the city of San Clemente. And the precincts may look different depending on whether there's an election in a particular district in a particular year or not. Every 2 years, you'll have a slightly different precinct map. Because that's kind of the way that the registrar does it.
So we should not pay attention to precincts so much.
So I wouldn't pay attention to precincts because they will be redrawn. They provide a lot of interesting information about turnout, about who actually participates in elections, and you can even get information about things like just like how many elections people have participated in. But you can't get information that will going forward. You can you can't say that that's going to be all the precinct lines going forward. They're going to change with the new district lines, and that's pretty standard practice. The registrar does that every time anybody does a redistricting or switches from at-large to district elections. And so with that, I think we'll go to our last slide, our discussion for today. What do you like and dislike about particular maps? And one thing I'll mention there is it's perfectly great to like a part of a map and dislike a different part of the map. Because one thing we can do is combine maps together. If we like the northern half of map 104 and the southern half of map 106, and I picked 2 numbers at random there, we can see if it's possible to merge them together. In addition, we really ask the question, which map will serve the city the best? And so our next steps today, after is to hold a public hearing to hear about the maps from the community. Then we'll have an additional time to make other requests, instructions for us to bring back different maps to our next meeting. Any changes you'd like to see, we can look at the computer here or interactive web viewer. We have some basic population information there. If you have questions about how many people live in an area, for example. And then just a reminder, October 6th is our deadline for maps to be submitted by the community for our next hearing. And those will all be posted on the 10th, including the 3 maps we've received since since our deadline for posting for this meeting. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any questions before we hear from the public? We asked them as we went, so City Clerk, any Any comments from the remaining crowd out there?
Yes. Bruce Jameson, followed by Amanda Q.
How many comments do we have?
Just two
those
so
two?
far.
Okay.
It's going to be 3.
Good evening, I'm Bruce Jameson. My wife Stephanie and I have lived in the Forester Ranch area for the last 21 years. And we put together map 102 with some input from friends of ours throughout San Clemente. We have friends not only in our neighborhood, but also in Talega and in the houses above San Clemente High School. And we believe that map 102 is a very good option because it's the only map of all of them that keeps historic downtown San Clemente intact. And we thought that was very important. And, we always tried to keep communities together. Apparently, we split up Forester Highlands HOA, but inadvertently. But we thought it was very important that historic downtown San Clemente stays intact. And if you're determined to split up historic downtown San Clemente into 2 different districts, then I think that the most logical option would be map 110, because map 110 has nice blocks of districts, and they're not breaking up communities. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank
Okay.
you. Well, yeah, you still have some time, so do
Yeah,
we want to?
I-
I think,
Want to talk about the Rams or anything?
Well, basically, I just wanted to make sure that we didn't break up communities, and especially historic downtown San Clemente, that we thought that was very important, that an old district like that would stay together.
okay, we're seeing that. I think what you mean is the coastal San Clemente all the way basically to State Beach, right? So
Yeah,
like
the
all
old Lee Hansen historic area.
Okay. Any other comments?
No?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Bruce. All right, there it is. Okay. All right, next speaker.
Amanda Q, followed by Shelley Moore.
I'm presenting a,
Could you pull that mic down a little bit?
yes. Yes, I'm presenting a PowerPoint presentation of a map from Tom and Bonnie Barnes, fellow San Clemente residents. Next slide, please. This map was created to preserve boundaries, similar interests, and cohesiveness of communities. For example, homeowners associations have governing authorities and interests that are different than geographic area that are not within HOAs. HOAs are subject to the Davis-Sterling Act. Non-HOAs are not. Next slide, please. While HOA populations provide property tax revenues for beach and pier bowl interests, beach and pier bowl populations do not provide revenues for the interest within the HOA communities of the inland ranch land areas. Next slide, please. NDC maps 107 and 108 both combine beach, pier, bowl, and non-HOA population areas within inland ranch HOA communities. Non-HOA communities, such as those within the NDC maps 107 and 108 at the beach, are not subject to CC&R's, Davis-Sterling Act, and association dues, nor do they have any say, vote, or contribute to the interest shouldered exclusively by HOAs. Next slide, please. HOA members pay for their roads, repairs, irrigation, forestry, annual weed abatement, parks, defensible fire zone maintenance, buildings, recreation centers, renovations of sinkholes and slope failures, infrastructures, and many other interests. Next slide. The HOAs operate and are bound under governing authorities of covenants, conditions, and restrictions, CC&Rs, and are subject to the Davis-Sterling Act. Next slide. National Demographic Corporation, NDC boundaries in the proposed district maps do not effectively represent the HOA areas. For example, NDC maps 107 and 108 both combine beach, pier bowl, and non-HOA population area with inland HOA communities. So this map preserves the inland ranch communities of Talega and Forster Ranch without splitting them up. So these maps seek to preserve the cohesiveness of communities in San Clemente. I need to apologize to Vonnie and Tom Barnes. I hope I did them okay. I hope I was okay with their presentation. These are two people that are very well respected in the community, and I respect them very highly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Amanda. All right.
Shelley Moore?
Well, I didn't know what that Amanda did, but I'm here about the 3 of the maps split Rancho San Clemente Hill in half. Okay, Pico's always been the dumping ground of everything nobody wants in San Clemente. So the only thing we have going for us is that we're all on the hill together. So I agree with what Bonnie said on that. We should not be split up. I'm a little bothered by people getting to just send in a map they want, because I really don't think it's fair for people who've run for office before. You get lists of who everybody is, you know what party they're in, you know how they vote, you know if they do vote or don't vote. I don't think, it may not be racial, but it sounds like gerrymandering or whatever, if you allow people who have those lists. I know Donna said she sent a list. I know Zen Wu sent a list. I'm sure some of you have probably worked on a list. Oh. So, but yes, I agree with what Bonnie said. It is very different when you live in HOAs. We pay HOA and we pay a master HOA for the whole entire hill. So splitting us in half, it just seems not the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it for public comments.
Okay, no more public comment. Okay, well, we're going to have discussion here. Do you want to provide us some guidance on maybe where we should start?
Sure.
Tell us what to do.
Sure.
Earn your dough, man.
So, I'm going to go there in a second, but just before I go and go into the maps, I think the real, before I go there and sit and talk and do anything, I think the question really comes down to what the council's pleasure is. We have 13 maps here today, 12 of them full maps. And I think the first couple of questions that I would have is there any consensus on any maps that you would you like to designate any maps as focus maps? Or are there any maps that you would like to eliminate because they don't meet the requirements as you see them? And then we can pull the maps up there. I'm going to head up right now to.
And City Attorney, at what point do we close the public hearing before we start giving that kind of guidance?
If you move into discussion, it would be appropriate to close the public
Okay.
hearing.
So do we have any other questions for staff, or are we going to start moving into discussion here? This is your last opportunity.
Hit
Okay.
your hammer, man.
Okay. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. Close the public hearing. I'm sure we may have to reopen it, how we do it, but for now, we've closed it.
Well, I guess if I could maybe start off the conversation. My first question would be of my colleagues. Last time there was a majority that wanted 4.
Sorry, you guys are,
Can you hear me?
oh,
You
okay,
can?
okay.
At our last meeting, there was a discussion for 4 council seats and a elected general mayor. So I guess the question is that change? Chris, I don't think you weighed in on that. It was a 3-2. I'm not sure what the vote was, but that was the consensus. So if there's no change in that, I think we ought to.
That's a good starting point, yeah.
So if we're going to stay at 4 and a citywide mayor.
That's how I'm leaning.
Okay, all right.
Eliminate the 4.
Okay.
So we can count all the 5 districts out.
You count all the 5 districts
Okay.
out, yeah.
And the
What
one
about the
district.
one? Just
And
have
the
one
one,
person?
And the one
the
district.
one that just has one. I think what we need to discuss then is the year of the election. We've got the next election cycle. Chris, if you get the Democrat nomination for assembly, you won't be on the ballot next cycle. Rick, your spot will be on the agenda for sure. So I think those two spots probably ought to be in the next election along with the mayor. If we just, and then we have to decide whether we have the mayor elected in '24 or in '26. And then we have to decide how many years the mayor will be elected for, 2, 4, or more. And also, is there term limits on the mayor like there is on the council members? So we need to kind of cover those bases as well.
Well, starting the election sequence, I agree with Steve's 100%. I don't think there's any map that shows Chris's district or my district being together. So if we put those two up in '24, that just seems to make sense. As far as the mayor goes, then in 2026, we have 3 spots open. It seems like we go the 2 remaining districts and the mayor. We'll have 3 positions on the ballot in 2026 mathematically. That way in 2026, we've filled those 4 districts and we've elected a mayor. It just, to me, seems like the cleanest way.
So 2 districts in 2024, 2 districts
Yours
in
and mine,
2026.
whatever map we
Right.
choose is.
Right, 2 districts in 2026, and then the mayor in 2020, the at-large.
At-large mayor in
2026, okay. Just
That's
to
how I
clarify.
see it clean.
At-large mayor
Go ahead.
in '26?
Victor?
Yeah, I would say, I don't think it really matters whether it's 2024, 2026. You have 2 positions open next in 2024. The remaining 3 of us will remain in our position. We're just at large, right? So it really isn't, whatever map you have, you would just pick we would pick which district we wanted to have an election for, and we could pick a mayor position.
Well, can I just add one thing real quick? And yes, it wouldn't make a difference unless if Victor, Steve, and Mark all decided to run for mayor in 2024, which you could do, and bless your heart, then you're in a safe seat. So let's say one of you wins that, and then how do we fill that? Then we have to have another special election then?
For 2 years, yeah.
I guess we'd have to ask the city attorney, but I think the council would be able to appoint just like we do on any vacancy.
We'd appoint you.
So,
I think what Rick, just to sort of round out Rick's point, I think his argument is it's sort of balanced and makes sense to do the mayor election in 2026 because we'll have 2 seats open in 2024. Those 2 seats are filled by people who are in 2 different districts, no matter how you draw the map. So you fill 2 districts in 2024, and then now you're gonna fill 2 districts, the remaining 2 districts in 2026, and then have the mayor instead of 1 district in 2024 and 3 districts in 2026.
But some of these districts have all 3 of us in one district.
Well, maybe
we gotta figure that part out
maybe we should start with narrowing the maps down so we can figure out who's running and then decide on the mayor, the term limits, and the year that they run.
Yeah, I think.
Start with the maps first.
Getting to the, kind of the maps, and then we can certainly figure out the terms and all,
Yeah.
the term limits and all that.
yeah, I will say it's much easier to look at terms when you have a map or
yeah.
a set of maps. But,
So again, we're going to eliminate the 5 districts, that's
Right.
done.
And the 1
And the 1 district.
Well, that was 1 out of 5.
We're now down to 11.
Okay. So we can.
So wait, are we moving the discussion back now to the maps? Or are we
So
still?
do we want to make, well, we've decided to do 4 districts and an at-large mayor, I think, right?
Yeah.
So the remaining questions are, when do you have the mayor election? How long's the term? And is there a term limit? And
Yeah, but I think.
well, I'm just saying, I just want to clarify that those are the issues, and I think what we're hearing is that it's better to just look at the maps now, and then we can make those decisions.
Yeah.
It's like those
so-
other decisions are going to be easier
Yeah,
to make.
I agree.
one of the reasons why we group the maps together is to make this process actually a little bit easier. And so, for example, if you like a concept, for example, like 101, 109, where we have 2 districts kind of along the north coast that both cross the freeway, then you could pick your favorite of these 2. Or if you don't like the concept at all, then it's easier to eliminate maps that have a certain feature. That's one way of kind of narrowing down the pool of maps. Right now, we have 9 maps with 4 districts. Maps 101, 109, 102, 106, and 110. Maps 104, 111, 105, and 112. And so we have some different similarities between the maps. So for example, we have 2 maps here, 104 and 111, that both heavily use Avenida Pico. If there is, one, for example, one of these 2 maps that you think does a better job, then we could move one forward at least as a focus map, or we could simply, if this concept didn't work, we could simply eliminate it. That's one thing we can do with the focus maps.
Yeah, I like I kind of, I like the concept that you mentioned of splitting up the coastal district into two different districts, which happens in, what, 3 or 4 of those maps?
Yeah, so we have, we have 3 maps that split the coast in 2. Maps 101, I'm going to move down here, maps 101, 109, and 112. The other 3, although all the other 5 district maps do 3, they could separate the north, central, and southern coastal regions.
Just to be clear, we could look at any of these maps and make recommendations on changes in these maps.
Yes.
I think maybe like general concepts would be nice to narrow down, right? Like that. Like, do we want a coastal district that's, I don't know, is there any that have 3?
I can be more specific.
So map 104 and map 111 both have 3 districts, but I like other concepts of that map. And I think if we just manipulate some of the things that are there to make it maybe closer to the idea of having 2 districts on the coast. For instance, if you look at map 104, at the very northern part, you have this area that's not part of District 3, but that is part of District 1. We could possibly move that part, that pink part of District 1, combine it with District 3, and then if we're losing population there, then we can add some of the population at Cam Del Rio, which seems like that community is being split in half. And then, okay, so we're losing a little bit at District 2, add a little bit at where Avenida Vista Hermosa is.
Hey, Mark?
Yeah.
If you look at map 109, isn't that kind of just what you've just said, though?
Yes,
Without-
except that map 109 it has Kyle Del Cerro and Avenida. So it's a combination of like map 109 with map 111 with map 104.
I like map 109, I'll say it. I don't know who.
I do too.
I don't know who did it. It divides along the freeway. It divides along Victoria, a main dividing road.
Excuse me, Councilmember. We can give you guys the mouse, and it might be easier for you guys to show what you're talking so people can follow. That helps.
We don't know what we're talking about.
We don't know what we're talking about.
All right, I'll take the mouse.
Yeah, give Victor the mouse. Be careful now. All right. Things are going to go south real quick here.
They are.
So are we on map?
I can't even see the map.
That's map 109.
This is map 109.
Okay.
Line up there right now.
I would just say, Victoria right here is a main road, and we're talking about 2 beach communities that can't be, I mean, there's no way you can have 1 beach community. You have to have 2. There's just too many people. You have Pico, which is a main thoroughfare. It divides San Clemente, and we're not picking sides. It's a natural divider in San Clemente.
I-5.
I-5 is the other divider, except in this area, and I think that is just because you need more people in this district. Up on top, you have La Pata, which is a natural division, a major thoroughfare in this area. And right here, you have the Ridge Line, which is a natural divider in this city. It's not streets, but it is the natural division between that part of the community and the western part of the community, as I saw it. I mean, that's where the ridge line is up there, and that's how that is divided. So I think we're taking the major thoroughfares in San Clemente and just sort of saying we're going with that as opposed to gerrymandering like a lot of these maps do and bring in some of these look like they bring in a house or two. I don't know if they do, but this is just a cut and dry.
109 just looks the cleanest to me.
I like 109 as well. The communities are held together, the percentages are right on point. The coastline, I think, is probably broken up at an appropriate place. Even the left, the green jag there up on the left is a consistent community area. So I like 9 a lot.
Question,
I think
was
that makes sense.
109 one that split an HOA?
We can turn on an HOA map.
I don't think it does.
No, 109 didn't divide any HOAs.
Hit that mouse.
Can we tell?
What does that tell us exactly?
So these are
Who submitted
the,
109?
Talking about the page you had about
Zenwell?
splitting up.
these are the micro HOAs that we were given from the city's own
Can't you just tell
HOA.
us if 109 splits HOAs?
Yes, and let me pull up the
Got
presentation.
a slide on that.
I don't think it did.
I don't think it did.
I don't think it did, but I'm just going to double check.
Didn't have it on the list.
It doesn't split up any of the micro HOAs. If there are any larger communities that are divided, then we can talk about adjustments that, to fix that.
Can I mention, okay, so I think all that makes sense on 109. Can I mention one issue I see? I don't see, being a resident of Talega, I don't see a lot of commonality between Talega and the Rancho San Clemente community.
I was gonna say the same thing.
Rancho San Clemente seems a lot more tied to the hill communities that are more sort of, I guess, east of the 5. That's why most of the maps go into Forester Ranch, which is a lot more like Talega.
Actually, when you go to Mark and I live there, the associations off of Del Cerro there in Rancho San Clemente, when you come up the hill, you're practically in Talega. The hill stops, Talega starts, so there's a pretty visible and physical connectivity.
You hit La Plata.
They're the two newest developments in San Clemente, by the way. I mean, as you look how the city was developed, you look at 3, and 3 was the first developed, into 4, into 1, into 2, as it progressed in our development of the city.
Well, I think Forester Ranch is newer than Rancho San Clemente. I
Yeah,
think
Forester
much-
Ranch is
much
newer than Rancho San Clemente.
So I think, look, I just point that out because I think what you're saying, it makes a lot of sense in some of the coastal areas, but once you get into that, if you look at almost every one of the map links some part of Forester Ranch, or Forester Highlands really, with Talega. Almost none de-link those two except for 109. So that's my problem with that
Could I
part of
see
it.
the mouse and?
Yeah.
So that's why I like 111 more.
I just want to turn on 111 now.
Thank you. How do I get to?
And I just want to say, remember, we're not talking about picking a final map today. These would just be maps that we would move on to the next hearing, or as kind of our focus maps for the next hearing. So we
Right,
could
but
have multiple maps at this stage.
Of course, but I think it's important to talk about what we sort of like and don't like about the maps, because that'll guide us.
So this is what I like. I like aspects of 109 and I like aspects of 111. And I'm wondering if there's a way to get the aspects that we like together. So for instance, I like in map 109, which I can click this here. 109, I like that we have this coastal community going up here. This is a similar community in terms of demographics. And then what I don't like about 109 is that this area here, Kyle del Cerro area, is lumped with Talega, which they are two different communities. So it'd be interesting if we can find a way to combine these two areas with on 111, maybe take away some of this area, put it into District 3 down here, and then put some of this area into District 1 over here. I just feel like there's some room for some manipulation here that would keep some communities that are more similar together. Someone like
Okay.
did that make sense?
Yeah, okay, so we're looking at 109, I think it's important that we're looking at 109, we're looking at 111. We're not trying to get our final map here. There's elements of both those maps that it sounds like everybody likes. Is there any other maps, maybe, right? We want to make sure we're not leaving anything out. Is there any other maps that have features that we like, that we want to make sure are still under consideration?
Yeah, or maps you want to continue on as a focus map for conversation or discussion at the next hearing.
Looking at map 104 and map 111, they are very similar. I don't know the streets particularly in what areas some HOAs are especially between regions 1 and 2. You see just slight variations there, so I don't know what the differences are between them, but they're very similar in scale.
Well, the same with 104, if you took and just continued the I-5 all the way north and put that pink community in with the green, because it's a coastal community, and I don't think it has anything in common as you go all the way to Camino del Rio.
Right.
It's an inland community with a bunch of HOAs. That coastal part west of the 5 is a
Which
Yeah,
is, just
agreed.
which is what 109 does.
Which is what 109
Agreed, and
does.
I like that part of 109.
Yeah, so it's just looking at a combination of how can we combine map 109 with 111 is my suggestion.
Yeah, I think the Rancho San Clemente doesn't, I think has more in common with Talega than it does with Cypress Shores and the coastal district down there to the south part of town.
But I would say Cayo del Cerro has a lot more in common with Avenida Presidio and Avenida Salvador than it does with Talega, my opinion.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, so.
We can figure this out,
yeah,
maybe.
All right, so, okay. Now, I just want to mention, in 102, right, that one of the features that was discussed was that you have all of the coastal area up until where it sort of breaks, and then it's a little bit inland, but still coastal, I agree, sort of, Rick, even though it's not right on the coast, it's, but the difference there, and I think it might be the only map that does this, it goes all the way down to State Beach, right? So the only coastal community that's not in that main District 3 is Cypress Cove and Cypress Shores. And I just want to point that out. I want to make sure, see, the issue with that is, and that is a different area than the rest of the coastal San Clemente. I think we can agree with that, right? Because that's a private beach and a state beach, and the rest of it's all our public San Clemente beaches. But the problem is, in order to do that, you have to go way, way in, you know.
Yeah, you've got Talega coming clear down to Highway 5 there on Frontera.
Well, and that little boot is another problem, because that looks like the thing we're not supposed to do. Yeah,
It's a lot like it, actually.
yeah. So,
Might even pick
I just
up
wanted
my
to point
half.
that out. It seems like as much as that makes sense to put all of kind of traditional coastal San Clemente in one district, which I like the sound of, the problem is it creates other downstream effects that I don't think we can remedy. Does that make sense to everybody? Because the problem is now you have this little tiny coastal section that has to go way inland, and it creates other problems, but I just wanted to point that out.
That's the can opener. District 4.
And that's why 109, I mean, I understand that way south San Clemente is old San Clemente, but breaking it at Victoria and having south San Clemente in one, Cypress Shores, and north into the more body of old San Clemente, you know, seems to me just to be a good breaking point from
Yeah,
north to south.
and if there's an area that could cross as Highway 5, it's that southern area by
Well-
the golf course and Cypress Shores, Cypress Cove. That's really, even though there's a freeway there, it's really an
and I-
emotionally contiguous area.
And I just want to point out, I believe in 109, and we can't see it, it's about at the pier. Is that
Just south of the.
that about where the break is? Yeah, okay, so, because it's
Ravine there at
Victoria,
all?
so. So you have the difference there being, say on like well, just as an example, 104, like many of the maps, the break is probably a canyon or another street,
Well, it's the same on 109. I think if you zoom in Avenue Victoria there, that break, I think it is a canyon, isn't it?
Well, I'm just saying, the other ones that move the break farther south from the pier, they're using a canyon, but, you know, it gets tough there because you're going to break up communities. It seems like there's no way to avoid that.
Well, I think the other point is that there's very densely populated communities, so you start adding like 1,500 people, and it changes the dynamics a lot. You just
Right. It's so dense that you move the line even a little bit and it has big consequences.
And 109 is, Victoria is the only place where you have a kind of a populated area where you're breaking it. The rest of it is all major division points. So we're lessening how a community is divided, where a lot of the other ones, there's chunks where you're dividing the communities up. It looks like 109 has the least division of, it's just where that Victoria goes west of the 5. And I think there's a canyon there. Yeah, it's still the same neighborhood, north and south of Victoria, but it's only a small portion, where the rest of the maps seem to be going all over.
What's the division on map 111? We have between 3 and 4 near West Avenida Valencia. Is that a street or is that a canyon?
Looks like a canyon.
That's a
but
canyon
Can
also,
we
I think.
zoom in on that, maybe? 111, the break, because I think it's more clear for 109 that it's,
Yeah, so there is a canyon here in the south end of the district, and then it goes along Ola Vista and Avenida Valencia to the freeway.
Which is still dividing a neighborhood. That's not a big street, Valencia and
right.
Boa Vista.
Yeah, no, I know, that's not.
That's why I was saying that the 109, there's that small part of Victoria, and you are, it just seems to be the least lengthy part of a neighborhood that you're
Well, it
dividing.
sounds like we have a quasi-consensus on 109 being a positive map.
I think so.
I would say that would make the finals.
Yeah.
And then if you wanted to combine, if there's some other ideas on combining some other
Yeah,
maps to make the finals.
I would like to see some sort of combination between map 111 and map 109. Or, you can throw map 104 in there as well, so some sort of combination of those three together. I like the idea that Calle del Cerro area is linked more to Southside San Clemente than with Talega. I think it makes more sense in terms of a community than it does in map 109. So some sort of combination with that.
But you also like the idea that number 3 goes farther
Yes, I
north
like
and-
the idea that number 3 continues along all the way to our I-5
Right.
boundary in the
Okay.
north.
Me too.
Wait, 103.
Sorry.
104.
Not 103.
Not 103.
sorry.
Already got rid of
Sorry,
that.
sorry, not 103, Area 3.
Area 3 or
Area
District 3.
District 3 on map 109.
Oh, I'm right.
Yeah.
So like at 112, if you look at 112, it carries it all the way to the border along I-5.
Yeah.
So should we point
Yeah,
out
112 actually looks
that part of it?
nice. We haven't discussed 112
Yeah,
yet.
112's starting to look not too bad. I mean, it has some positive aspects of things we talked about. If you look at 1,
I don't like how in 112 though you have Avenida Presidio part of Area 1. So I mean, each one has
right.
has different
Well,
things that
that's
we
fine.
want. Yeah.
That's fine, because we're not getting to the, now, I just point out, the one similarity is you do have a bunch of homes kind of on the hill looking, facing west or southwest or whatever, right? Like, there's that commonality that with those other homes. But it does go quite far south.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
but I do like that it links the Forester neighborhood with Talega, because again, they're really completely
Mr.
linked.
Consultant, would it be, with this many maps, would it be odd if we threw in 4 or 5 as focus maps? I mean, that doesn't seem that odd, does
So
it?
I said 3 to 5 because that's really a good number to narrow the conversation down, but also have some differences between them that we can continue to think about. I know this is our first time really getting to talk about the maps, particularly here in public, together as a council. So this is really, narrowing it down to, 4 maps plus a map that we had a request for us to come back with that combines some of the features. of maps 109, 111, and 104. We're gonna-
104, 109, 111, 112?
Sure.
Those are the 4 focus maps that I have, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah. What's next?
We've incorporated part of San Diego on the I-5 freeway into.
Well, we're going to
San
annex
Clemente.
that. We're annexing that.
Oh, yeah, no, that's a different discussion, non-agendized. Okay, so we've now narrowed down maps. Should we make other decisions now, or is that?
So I can take that as the direction for next time, and I'll just restate it, to consider maps 104, 109, 111, and 112 as our 4 focus maps that we will bring back to the next meeting, along with the direction to create a new map that combines features from 109 and 111, and as well as any new maps we receive before Friday the 6th. We'll bring those back to the hearing on the 17th for you to make a decision.
I guess my concern is having so many maps, 4 maps. I think if we had 1 or 2 where we tweaked it, rather than having 4 maps, because then you start with a macro scale and you're moving major communities. I'm just
Well, but
concerned with
but I
having so
think
many as a focus.
I think we've given other direction though, right? That we want District 3 to
So,
include all the way to the north border, that we want to look at how the Talega, changes with Rancho San Clemente versus Forester Ranch. I think we've given enough direction that they can look at, I think all 4 of those maps, in other words, have positive features that we've talked about, right? But none of them have all of them.
Or what you're saying, you'd rather start with a map like.
I'd rather start
109.
with a focus map, and
then
if we're
say,
going to tweak it,
tweak
we
that.
can tweak it.
Using the other 3?
Using the other 3,
Yeah.
but tweak 9 as the template, so to speak.
That's fine, and use
I
the other
agree,
3 to tweak it if possible. I mean,
Yeah.
is that,
So,
we should ask the consultant, I think. but that's-
So, I would definitely say that 4 maps is 4 focus maps is not a problem. But from what I'm hearing, if you would like to not include 111, for example, just the revised version of 111 that Councilman Meyer has asked for, then we could certainly, that would be one, I think, option, is that not including that as a focus map. It doesn't mean that you couldn't come back to it at the meeting if you absolutely
We
wanted to.
can tweak any line we
Yeah.
want at any time,
But
but having so many focus maps
If,
seems a little...
if you don't like 111 as it is, you only are interested in it as when it's changed, then that would be a reason to say,
Well, I think-
we're not for now. We'll just wait for, we don't want this as a focus map, but we want you to start here and make changes for it.
I think if I'm just looking at 111, I'd say, I want to see 111 with District 3 all the way to the northern
All-
border.
all the way to the
But
northern-
other than that,
west of
I'd
the
like to
5.
see what it looks like.
Which we've got in 109.
Yeah.
No.
109 is
109
different.
has Rancho San Clemente, a completely different community over, past a canyon from Talega. Like, it's worlds away. I'm sorry, it is.
Well, let's,
So,
if you continue 3 up to the coastal area west of the 5 and make that a map, somehow figure out the population, I think it's a good option to have people, if they want to, we can look at it, Talega, Rancho San Clemente as being separate. That should be an option. Doesn't mean we're going to agree on that, but at least I think the public would like to have a discussion, or at least take a look at that as an option.
So I guess what I'm hearing is that you definitely want 109 and 111 as 2 focus maps separately to continue on. I would say that from what I've heard, if you wanted to eliminate any of the focus maps right now, either 112 or 104 would probably be the one to eliminate. 104 looks very similar to, I believe, 111. It's, it has a lot of the same features. So
Okay.
if 104 is not something you're interested in, as it is, and you'd rather start with 111, then let's start with 111 and
the
eliminate
only-
104 as the focus map.
The only difference, and I don't know these communities or streets as well as, would be the difference between map 111 and 104, it's just the minute differences in that border between districts 1 and 2. There's just minute differences there, and I don't know those communities well enough to say if that's an HOA being split up or if that's a community being split up. I would love to hear public comment on that, of whether those communities would rather be or feel more aligned with District 1 or 2.
I'm guessing the reason those maps are different is they were just trying to get the populations right, and they just popped at different places.
104 splits an HOA.
Yeah, 104 does split an HOA.
Well,
That's what I want to
Okay,
point
then
out.
let's
Let's
look
get
at
rid of
one,
that.
109, 111.
And
109 and 111?
Well, the thing that.
112.
The thing I like about 112 is it has what you guys are looking for in number 3.
Okay, so 9 we like, 11 12 we like, and the only thing I don't like about 11 is extending that west of the 5. I mean, which can probably be a tweak for you, right?
Yeah.
That's the test map we've been asked to look at and bring back, yeah, to make changes.
Okay, 9, 11, and 12 then?
Yeah.
With that,
Okay.
yeah, that sounds,
Yeah.
I think we can figure this.
Eliminating 104?
Yeah.
Yeah, because 104 is similar enough to
109, 11, and 12
111.
as core maps.
104 divides the reserve, that's the
Yeah,
HOA.
okay,
Yeah.
no.
9, 11, and 12 now are,
All right.
Great.
that sound good?
That'd be
Yeah.
our focus, yeah.
Okay. So we'll bring back those 3 maps as the focus maps, plus the new map that we've gotten directed. And any, of course, and I'll say just for the record, any public submission we do get, we have to draw in. That's actually part of the law.
Yeah.
So most of these maps, 11 of these 13 maps were submissions from the community. NDC only drew 2 of the maps.
So if those are our 3 focus maps, then the next decision would be which of these districts would be up for election next cycle.
And what we will do is we will revise this sequencing memo to focus in on just the focus maps and new maps. And so you can see that there will be, in some of these maps, for example, it'll be quite straightforward. Probably in 10, let's look at the numbers. 111, for example, is fairly straightforward in terms of election year signing.
I'm thinking on map 109 for the election would be District 3 and 4.
And if that's the request that we want to make, we can look at, we can have both options available. We can have different options available.
Yeah.
These are just suggestions of election sequencing. So these are just suggestions, and of course, the council can decide.
Right. Yeah. What, I think Rick's just saying, if you just go by sort of what makes sense, if we looked at 109, right now, I'm in 2, Rick's in 3, so you would want 2 and 3 to be,
Steve and I are also in number 2.
in that one.
No, but in terms of the next election,
Yeah, but it's
then
at
they're
large
open.
anyway. It's an open thing, so you could still put up number 2, and the
Yeah.
2 seats are,
You put up
I mean, they're
2 and-
large anyway.
But the effect would be that if someone got elected to 2,
Then you'd have to be running against
We
2
wouldn't,
other
we wouldn't
people.
be, we wouldn't be able to run at
they
all.
wouldn't be able to run because they live in a district where there's already somebody with 2 more years.
That's why I'm thinking the open seats would be 3 and 4.
Sure, yeah, you could do that.
And that could be an option.
Yeah.
Definitely could be an option.
If we selected 9, that would probably be the best option.
If we do that, yeah. But that's why I don't like 9.
Well, that's why, that's why the consultant suggested pick a map first, then it's easier
Yeah, then work
to
on
figure
that.
the,
Okay.
Yeah.
we're still wrestling with the maps, it's tough to
Okay.
figure.
Okay.
And then, of course, we will update our sequencing memo with the options.
We don't need to make any other decisions right now.
Not tonight.
And
This
we-
is good
we
direction
should
for our
not.
next meeting.
We should not, we need not.
Yeah, no. I mean, once we get the maps, I think the others will fall into place with very little conversation.
So in sequencing, our next meeting, we need to zero in on a map.
City Clerk.
And then we'll do the other
Yeah,
issues.
please explain the next meetings on this.
Sure, but before we do that, did you want to discuss the mayor election, the term for the mayor, 2 or 4 years?
I think what we heard was that it would be better to discuss that after we have the maps. I think
No,
that's-
but you're saying we need to discuss that now?
we do need to discuss it
People
now.
are shaking their heads every different way.
Yeah, that's true.
Wait a minute. I got this.
So let me explain what comes next in answer to your question, Mayor. So October 17th, we have two public hearings scheduled. One is to discuss the maps that the consultant will bring back. If council selects a map at that time, a final map, then the very next item on the agenda will be a public hearing to introduce an ordinance. So we would like to get the details of the mayoral term, and term limits figured out this evening, so we can present an ordinance at the October 17th meeting.
Okay.
Could I
Rick?
make a suggestion on the
Yeah, sure.
mayoral term? My suggestion would be that we don't elect a mayor until 2026, and that it be a two-year term, and that we have term limits of 2 terms for a mayor.
4 years.
So 4 years for a mayor.
I've got mixed feelings on that, and I mean, I'm fine with whatever the majority or the consensus thinks.
No, you're not. No, you're not. That's how you premise a disagreement.
Thank you. Yeah, like, I'm really not but here, yeah. I mean, is it fair, you got a council person can have an 8-year term,
Right,
and a
right,
mayor
right.
can only have a
So
4-year
why
term?
4 versus 8 for the mayor? 'Cause-
Here's my thought. A council member can be on for 8 years. As we have it right now, they could take a pause, be off council, then run again. So, yes, they have term limits, but then they can reset that term limit. So here's what could potentially happen. Someone runs for 4 years, is on council 4 years, on council for 8 years, then they can be a mayor for another 4 years. That's 12 years that they're on council.
In the past, that's just been the way it was.
I know, and I see issue with that.
And Wayne's gonna be running for mayor.
Yeah.
You technically are probably the only one that would be on for 12 years, because.
We're all gonna
What are you
die.
trying to
He makes a good point. That's a good point. I'm not gonna be on for 12 years.
I don't think myself, I don't think I should be on council for
Yeah.
12 years. I don't think anyone
I've
should.
heard that from
yeah.
other people.
Yeah, thank you, Rick, thanks, yeah.
Well, but okay, so like, but just to, you run for districts now for 8 years, but that means you got to wait 4 years to run for that district. Of course, you could run for mayor, but
could.
that's a completely different post. So, I don't know.
And then,
I
okay,
don't see why we would.
after your 4 years of mayor, you could then technically run for council again, right?
So,
Yeah.
which is why I think we need to change the ordinance there as well and say, hey.
As of now, you only wait 2 years, so.
Yeah, I think we need to change that ordinance as well and say, hey, two terms as a council member,
Well, we have that.
but final. Like not have a break and
never run again.
never run again.
Okay, let me just.
Never run again. I
let
mean,
me-
I think you have to have a pause at least.
Yeah, let me
Ken
respond
Mark's
to.
the only one that this
Let
goes
let-
down.
let me respond to that a little bit. Again, I probably wouldn't run for 12 years for anything, but there are cities out there that are very effective because they have members that have been on the city council for a long time. So they become the chairmans of the OCTA and the beaches, and they control what happens in Orange County. Regionally, they are the powerhouse of, and we're not in San Clemente because we make decisions to let people have shorter terms. I'm not advocating one way or another, but you do lose a lot of power as a city by not letting people stay on for a longer term.
I agree. Let's look how efficient Congress is, because we got Congress people in there for 40 years. I mean.
Well, we're going to go there. Okay. On today of all time.
That's a good argument.
Well, all right, but
I don't know. My fear is that you have someone who's going to be on city council for 20, 25 years. Hey, we laugh, but this can happen.
Look, again, mayor is quite a different race than a district, right? So I think 8 years for mayor and 8 years for council would sort of make sense. And in both cases, you have to wait 2 years, excuse me, please. In both cases, you have to wait some period and then you can run again, because, I mean, just to have it be like you can never run again, that doesn't seem.
Again, none of this affects me, so.
I'm saying, like, you agree with 2026, and
Yeah.
you agree with
Yeah.
2-year terms.
Yes.
So you only disagree with the 4-year limit?
You know, and I'm wishy-washy about it. I like the 2-year terms because that way everybody gets to vote for something every 2 years. You're not
Right.
waiting 4 years to put somebody on council or mayor. You're
Right.
putting every couple of years, you're putting somebody on the council that you pick. So I do like that. The term limits on mayor, I mean,
Would you have no term limits on mayor?
No. I would not put no term limits on any office. But the 2 terms or the 4 terms, because it's 2 years, you know what? I'll just wait till have you guys make an
Do
argument.
you guys have any opinion on those two?
My only thoughts on the mayor is that it's a ceremonial position. It has 1/5 of the vote on this council, and that's why I wasn't in favor of having it in the first place, because rotation tends to allow everyone to chair the meeting and to represent our town as the premier office holder, so to speak. And to Victor's concern about the regional issues, I agree completely. But I think having a council member, I mean, we've had Joe Anderson, Jim Dahl, they've served multiple times as mayor. If they stay on for a couple of terms, they go on and they come back on, and it happens. But you still have then the seniority within the League of Cities and the city elections for the regional posts. It's just my thought, but I tend to like the shorter issues, 2 years with a shorter term, maybe 6 instead of 8. I don't know, just
There's a compromise.
just you know.
So
3 terms.
3 terms as mayor.
With a 2-year term? I could live
With
with
a
that.
2-year term, and then how about, is it forever, or is there a break and then you could run again?
I kind of like being done, but, try to get some
Cons-
newer people.
Constitutionally, can we eliminate anyone from running after a break with term limits? Is that
Yes.
it? You can just say, after that, they're not
So
qualified,
we could
period.
say,
So we
Yes,
can
you
turn
could
it off.
You could limit it to just,
Okay, well,
And then, I mean, if you wanted to run for council again after you were a mayor, I guess you could, if you
could.
wanted to represent a district, but you wouldn't be mayor anymore, you'd be
so
a council.
just mayor has the death penalty?
Is it a penalty?
I don't know if there's a better way of saying it, but but right now, we have at-large council members, and you can run for 2 terms, but then you wait for 2, and then you can run again for another 2. Do we want to change, do we have to change that too with districts, or do we keep that the same? I mean, again, it sort of doesn't make any sense, because if you don't move, 2 years doesn't do you any good, because it's not going to open up for 4 more years.
What about if you move to a different
Oh,
district?
you could move to a district, okay. So, I mean, we could keep that the same. I have no problem keeping it the same, just to, like.
Yeah, that gives a 4-year break in between council members on for 8 years.
Unless you move to a different district.
Unless you move to a district.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we keep that the same. Mayor, 2 years, 2026. Go ahead. Oh, you have an issue on that?
I do have issues on that. I know the 2-year sounds good, but what's going to happen, in my view, is that it's going to be the city council, whoever is on the city council, that's probably going to run for a mayor's position. And that means that when that person runs and that person wins, you're going to have a vacancy automatically. So you're always going to run into this problem of every 2 years, you're going to have a vacancy that you have to fill.
With a safe seat, there's no way mathematically you can figure out to not have that happen. So if it happens, you guys are just, look how good you did with the appointment with me. Aren't you so happy about this? So you can just do it again.
I think that's what happens with most cities. Yeah, I agree, it's a point, it's a problem.
I'm just raising it as an issue.
And it also means that the mayor is like kind of always campaigning.
Yeah.
And then almost like a council members have sort of more stability.
congressional race.
It is like a congressional race though, right? So that's how a lot of other races are. And I mean, I do like the idea of giving the residents a chance to elect their mayor as often as possible, right? Because that's the one sort of, everyone's equal power, but that is the one citywide
And they're not
official.
waiting 4 years to vote,
Yeah, they're not waiting, yeah. So yeah, there's some people who would only vote every 4 years. Well, everybody would only vote every 4 years, so. Okay, well, but did you have any other points? So do you have a point, 24, 26?
I mean, I prefer 24, but, it's whatever the consensus is here.
I mean, I just think the math, since we're having 3 openings anyway in 2026,
Well, the math doesn't matter because you have 2 elections. You would have an election for a city council position and a mayor. The math works the same.
It does,
no
the
matter-
math works the same, but I think there's some logic to it, because by the time you elect 2026, now you've elected all your districts and your mayor, right? Like, if you elect the mayor in 2024, it's sort of this weird position where you have 2 district people and then 2 at-large people.
Plus,
It's just sort of
I think
awkward.
maybe for continuity too, having a mayor that's already on council, assuming not all of you resign, but you know, you have a mayor while we're transitioning into the 2026 final thing, I mean, who knows who could be mayor in 2024? You know, I think having somebody that's maybe already sitting on the council to get us into the transition year of 2026
So-
might be a thing.
Yes.
So from an elections perspective, it has to be 2026 because that's the year the 3 positions would be up. Otherwise, there could be a situation where there are 6 people entitled to sit on the council in the 2 years between
Just speak up a
24
little sooner while we're.
and 26.
Yeah.
Just say it.
Okay, all right, 2026, we're good with that. 2-year term, I think we're good with that. What was the other
Term
thing? Oh,
limits.
term limits, 6 years?
Sure. Can we come?
You were the one who came up with it. Okay, Steve against Steve. Now you take the other side, Steve.
I think it's probably too much, but I think it's probably, 6 years is probably too much.
But you
But
know-
I like Mark's original 6, but I can live with it. You
They're
know,
a lousy mayor.
they'll get voted out, yeah,
The
yeah.
residents are gonna make all these decisions with the
Yeah.
vote, so,
I'm still for two terms. I can
Okay.
live with 6.
okay.
But I'm
The,
still
do
pushing
we need
for
to vote on this, or how do we, this is all direction for now, because it's all non-binding?
What you're doing is giving direction of
Okay.
what ordinance you want staff to bring back.
Okay, I think we have, is it, you like 6 more than 4 over
I
here?
think it's a compromise. I think, you know,
Okay.
limiting somebody
All
to
right, so I
4
think we
years.
have, and I'm with 6, so I think we have consensus for 2026, 2-year term,
3
6-year, 3-term maximum. And then, that's it, right? You can't run for mayor ever again? Okay.
I think you should be done as mayor after 6 years. Get some new,
Yeah.
the voters will
You
speak,
can,
know.
you can run for council if you would like.
Yeah, if you want to break it, run for council.
But again, I'm fine with also proposing that we put term limits on council, but if that's,
We already have term limits.
but I mean, not,
Not taking a
Not
break.
Like
taking a
death
break.
penalty term limits.
Yeah.
Like you're done.
so you can have 2 terms as a council member, take a break, and then run again as a council member. That's what we have.
I'm never going to see this come to fruition.
I'd rather have 2 terms and be done.
Be done.
Yeah, but if that's not what the rest of the council would prefer.
No, I think, yeah, let's leave that one in place. And then, okay.
Living.
So does that make sense? Do we have any questions on other city clerk, on those issues?
No, I will just recap. We will bring back October 17th, focus maps 109, 111, and 112 for our 4th public hearing. Our 5th public hearing, if you come to consensus on a map, we will present an ordinance which includes a mayor election in 2026. The mayor will hold 2-year terms with a 3-term limit for a total of 6 years.
Okay.
Okay? All right, we've got it.
And that resolves all those issues. There's nothing else that's needed to be decided right now.
Correct.
Oh, whew.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. I can't believe it. You guys down? When we started, I was like, well, okay.
Hey,
You need to speak up, man. I mean.
He kind of was.
You're not getting paid by the hour, so you can speak up and make this shorter if you want.
It's not even 10:30 yet, guys. Great.
Well, we're not done yet.
Yeah, we're not even close to done. We've got multiple public hearings though. City clerk.
Next item on the agenda is introduction, first reading of a proposed ordinance amending section 12.28.030 of the municipal code regarding tents in city parks and beaches and finding the ordinance exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Okay, and before we open the public hearing, we have the staff report, or we open it now?
Open it first, please.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Opening the public hearing.
It was well worth the wait, wasn't it?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Danielle Sorhan, and I serve as...
Can you hear in the back? Okay, you need to speak into the mic. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Danielle.
Do it again. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Danielle Sorhan, and I serve as the Code Compliance Manager here at the City of San Clemente. Tonight, I present a proposed amendment to Section 12.28030 of our municipal code, addressing the use of tents and similar structures on city beaches. As it stands, this section regulates the use of tents and similar type structures in city parks, requiring 2 open sides for visibility and safety. We propose to extend these regulations to include city beaches. This is a necessary step in light of the growing use of such structures on our beaches, which has raised public safety and aesthetic concerns from our residents and city staff. By amending this code section, we aim to achieve consistency in our enforcement in our parks and beaches alike. This will empower our code compliance officers, park rangers, and sheriffs to address potential violations more effectively. In summary, this amendment is in line with our commitment to maintaining the recreational value and safety of our city's most cherished public spaces. Thank you for your time, and I'm open to any questions you may have.
Any questions of Danielle?
I think you covered it all.
Excellent. Thank
Nice
you.
presentation.
Thank you.
You should be the model for presentation.
There we go, yes. Very efficient. Very efficient. Pay attention, Adam. No, I'm just kidding. So I just have one question. I mean, every once in a while, you see a young family, and they do use kind of a traditional tent, I guess, that's only open on one side so that the kids are in there. They would be asked under the ordinance or told that you can't have that tent on the beach.
And of course, we'd want to start from an educational standpoint and give people time to make those adjustments.
Okay. Because I think there are other tents that are very similar that are open on the back, basically.
And for enforcement, you do have discretion. I mean, you can look and see, like I have one for my grandkids, a little igloo. You stick them in to stay out of the sun, or somebody that's camping on the beach. I mean, you can make that distinction.
The spirit is that you can look into the tent, so that you can see into the tent. That's the spirit of what we're trying to do. Some tents are round. They don't have sides. So,
I mean, this is an infraction, right? This isn't a, isn't the penalty, the enforcement on this would be like a ticket? Isn't that like an infraction?
It's similar, but, our code states that, any violation of our code can be pursued as a misdemeanor, but we really, look at this as an infraction, and definitely we will most likely give 2 or 3 warnings before we would even, start issuing fines or administrative penalties.
Right. Yeah.
And if it had one side open, we'd really take that under consideration, because what we're looking at is the officer safety element, where you can't see what people are doing in tents, and that presents a real danger.
Right. Okay. Any comments from the?
No public comments.
Okay. Well, does someone want to?
I'd move to approve the ordinance.
And then, City Clerk, would you read the ordinance?
Absolutely. Introduce ordinance number 1760 entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, amending section 12.28.030 of the San Clemente Municipal Code relating to tents in city parks and beaches, and finding the ordinance exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Second.
Motion is Cabral, second is Noblock. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes, the motion passes by unanimous consent. Okay. We have one fan.
Aaron has a business selling two-sided tents. You can get them on aaronwashington.com.
The next item on the agenda is a public hearing for consideration of approving,
I got to close the public hearing.
pardon me.
Okay.
Consideration of approving the 2022-23 Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report, CAPER, for expenditure of Community Development Block Grant Funds.
All right, opening the public hearing.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Cecilia Gallardo Daly. The item before you is, as the clerk identified, the Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report, also known as the CAPER, that covers activities from the previous fiscal year, July 1, 2022 to June 30, 2023. Next slide, please. In 2022 to 2023, the CAPER has identified the list of completed activities. This CAPER report will be submitted to HUD. The CDBG funds were used for housing rehabilitation. This program provides loans and grants to residential properties for health and safety repairs. We funded Cabrillo sidewalk improvements and a number of public service grants, including AgeWell, Camino Health, Family Assistance Ministries, Fun on the Run, Laura's House, and the Parentis Foundation. Next slide, please. And compared to what we plan on spending the CDBG funds going forward in the current fiscal year, some programs are similar. The housing rehabilitation, the capital improvement program that we're going to be doing this year is the restoration of the historic fountains at Maxburg Park. And we'll continue to administer public service grants. The council voted earlier this year to fund AgeWell Senior Services, the Boys and Girls Club, Camino Health, Fun on the Run, Parentis Foundation, and Vocational Visions. Next slide, please. And with that, staff recommends the council approve and adopt the 2022-23 Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report for submittal to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Thank you.
And is there any questions of staff? No? Any public comments?
No public comments.
Okay. I will close the public hearing.
I'd move to approve the staff recommendation.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
Could
Motion.
could I say just a quick thing real quick?
Yes,
I
we're
just
opening
wanna,
up for discussion, yes.
Point out some of the statistics, especially in relationship to FAM. They were able to help 2,100 individuals at risk of homelessness. They were able to help 2,800 lower-income individuals, and they were also helped 4,995 people. That's about 8% of our population was assisted by FAM. So I just want to point that out in the report.
Thank you. Motion is Cabral?
Yep.
Cabral, second was Leffler? Okay. All in favor? Aye. It's unanimous.
Next item on the agenda is introduction of a code amendment to change the Arts and Culture Committee from 5 to 7 members and updating the duties of the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Commission. And Mayor and Council, I will present this report. This is per council direction. I've updated the ordinance to include, to change the Arts and Culture Committee from a 5-member committee to a 7-member committee. So that's reflected in the ordinance. And I do want to point out that you have red line versions in front of you at the dais. And then the other minor changes are to the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Commission duties. And these are just some minor changes with the creation of the Coastal Advisory Committee. A couple of those duties have been moved to the Coastal Advisory Committee, so we've taken them off of the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Commission duties. And then just the removal of street trees and street trees, because those are handled by Public Works. So that's not an item that the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Commission handles any longer. So with that, that completes my report, unless you have questions. I do have one speaker.
Any question? We do have one speaker, correct? Okay. Any questions for Laura first? Okay, we'll hear the speaker.
Patricia Holloway?
Yes, I did have a question about the removal of street trees from the purview of the Parks and Recreation Commission. On the website, it says that street trees are under their review, and parkways are in their review, and parkways, there are trees in the parkways, so it's a little bit confusing if you're keeping the parkways, but you're taking away the trees. Also, the reason I'm mostly concerned about it is who then would be the review body with respect to street trees. I remind the council of the situation in Rancho San Clemente, where we had almost 420 street trees removed, public trees removed, and that was probably the biggest change to the community of Rancho San Clemente since I've lived there, which is over 30 years. So that item came directly to the city council, and there was no, review by the Parks Commission. I'm not sure why, because street trees were under their purview. So I'm just concerned about public works projects taking, dramatic action with respect to trees where there's no opportunity for public input into that. And we just became a Tree City USA, which I'm thrilled about. And so it seems like we're going into the direction of, yes, let's have, we're supporting trees in our community and so on, but I just worry about the lack of public input into that process. I don't want to see another community go through a Rancho San Clemente situation with respect to the street trees. So anyway, that's my concern, and maybe someone can answer that question, who is then reviewing the street tree situation? Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments?
No additional
Okay.
comments.
Do we want to have that answered?
I have a question for the city manager, I guess,
Okay.
about, I do notice in Exhibit A, it is removed. Is that because it's they do not want it in their function, or is there some other commission or staff that's taken responsibility for that?
So I think the main reason for that is that the maintenance of the golf course and the maintenance of the parkways is now in the Public Works Department rather than in the Beach Parks and Recreation Department. It could still be something that is reviewed by the Beach Parks and Recreation. It would just, probably, we just have to pull some Public Works staff into those meetings when they discuss
All right,
that.
so that's what it is like they're usually handled by Parks and Rec staff and not maintenance staff, so.
So
I've got a
it's certainly, that's a decision that can be made by the council. If you want to keep it in the Beach Parks and Recreation, that should be fine.
Well, look, the question I would have, if there was something proposed to do with trees, if it's in the Public Works Department, there's no chance for a resident to go in and express their opinion on it or anything?
Well, there would be, but it would probably be at this meeting or with the city manager rather than at the Beach Parks and Recreation meeting. So if you would like the committee or the commission to wash that through and to give you a recommendation, then you would want to keep it with the Beach Parks and Recreation. If you'd want it to come directly to you, then it's,
Is there any, do you have any idea how many tree issues come up when it's been under beaches and parks?
trees are delicate issues. We want to have as many trees as possible, but there are times when either trees are diseased, or we have some trees, for instance, the eucalyptus trees, they're not long-growth trees, and they start to become trees where branches fall off, and they need to be be replaced by harder wood trees, and so we do some of that over the time, but again.
Is that something
we're
beaches
not
and
trying
parks
to
would look at?
avoid- We're not trying to avoid having it go to the Beach Parks and Recreation. That's typically, though, the Beach Parks and Recreation is about beach parks and
no, but
recreation, not street trees.
If you have a dead tree, I mean, that hasn't been going to the beaches and parks, right? You just go remove it.
That's correct.
If I could cut in here, I think the issue that being talked about is that on Cayo del Cerro going up that street, there used to be a bunch of wonderful, beautiful trees. I believe there was a fire issue with those trees, and so they need to be removed. At least that's what I've heard.
It was
Now-
a street damage issue.
And
A
they were
root damage.
diseased.
And every time the wind blows, we have major branches in the street.
And so they were all taken down. I don't think there's any public input, though, on what trees to replace them. And so they were replaced with palm trees all up and down that street. And I know several residents have come to me and said, why did we have palm trees? Why, like, there was no public input on what types of trees to replace those. So I think the issue here is when you have a large, like, not just a single tree that an arborist would deal with, but when you have a large project like that, that there was no public input on that. I think that's the issue
Yeah,
here.
if my memory serves me right, the associations got advance notice of the 3 species of trees that were planted, including the palms. But to Susan's comment, it was a...
Patricia.
Excuse me, forgive me, Patricia. It was a major project, and I don't know that we have that many projects around, but the Del Cerro project was a huge project, and I can't, in my 23 years in this town, I've never heard of a project that large or that complicated. But I know there was, I don't know, I assume the associations got noticed because Tom Barnes and his wife was circulating copies of the city's plan for the trees. She's shaking her head no, but I saw it, and I got it from our association members. So I assume this HOA was notified.
I can't recall, but maybe.
I think we have 2 separate issues here, though, right? Like, notice of some kind of large public project, that's one thing, but that's not directly linked to Beaches Park and Rec Commission. I don't think necessarily. Like, I guess I'm not sure that that's the right body to be looking at big tree projects that aren't in a park or at the beach. You know what I mean? Like, their purview is more about, like, the parks and recreation and making sure that people were able to access and use our parks and our beaches.
Yeah, this is probably a discussion that we could have in the future, and I think it's important. It's kind of the distinction between what a commission does and what a committee does. And commissions are kind of ongoing, that they have final decision-making authority in certain things. Committees are set up to deal with very specific issues. And so you might want to have a tree committee that looks at, okay, we have a very big project coming up. We want you to go out and do some research on these trees, come back, give us recommendations. Your job's done. You're a committee, you go out, you're an extension, if you will, of staff, provide recommendations to the city council, come back, yep, those are the kind of trees that we'd like to see replaced in that particular location. But again, it's probably at some point a good discussion to have between the roles and responsibilities between commissions and committees, because they do have very different roles and responsibilities. So.
But could I ask a question? You wouldn't internally decide, like, along Pico, I'm going to take all the trees down on both sides without public information, public discussion, coming to the city council and
No
notice?
way, I'd leave that to Laura. No, absolutely. Those kind of
Laura would bring it to
decisions, and
council.
and I can't speak to that project in the past, but usually those kind of capital improvements, those are talked about at a pretty detailed level at the city council before we go out and do that kind of a large project. And if it wasn't done that way, I can't speak, I wasn't here. But in the future, we would definitely bring that to the city council before we start taking out hundreds of trees. We would talk about, that. Again, that would become a policy decision, and this is the policymaking board for the city.
In other words,
The administrative side would be if there's a dead tree, you would make the policy. If there's a dead tree, take it out and replace it with something like kind or something. That's a policy that's been made. Staff would implement that. If we're going to replace all of the trees in the street, that's a policy decision that you guys would need to be involved in and provide direction to staff.
All right.
Again, I'm not even sure, I could be wrong, I'm not even sure that Beach Parks and Recreation would be making the decision on something like Del Cerro. I think that the council would probably want to reserve that ability to have input on that big of a decision.
okay, well, does someone want to make a motion?
I'll move to approve the, let's see where we're at.
1761.
And then the ordinance would need
The
the city clerk to read.
Sure.
As written, as provided by staff.
Okay. Introduce ordinance number 1761 entitled, "An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending Chapter 2.28 of the Municipal Code of the City of San Clemente relating to beaches, parks, and recreation commission, and Chapter 2.45 relating to the Arts and Culture Committee."
Second.
Okay. The motion is Cabral, second is Leffler. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No. Okay.
Okay, next item on the agenda is City Council correspondence with Orange County Supervisor Foley.
Mayor and council, the next item before you was placed on the item by Councilmember Cabral with the support of Councilman Noblock and Councilman Leffler. And it was a letter intended to request that before the county provides funding for any housing projects in the city, that they collaborate with the city. And then also, there was an earlier request to hopefully, if any emergency sand becomes available, that like what happened at the Capo Beach replenishment that happened this summer, that the county consider the city of San Clemente for any of that kind of emergency sand. So that's the item before you. It's open for discussion by the city council. Again, this was placed on the agenda by 3 members of the city council, so you do have a short report, which essentially I just gave, along with the letter that was prepared in collaboration with Councilmember Cabral.
Can I jump in?
Yes.
Jump in, yeah.
And I'm going to ask the council to indulge me on this. I apologize. I had some issues this weekend, and I didn't get a chance to totally review everything that was on the agenda, and I wish I would have. I didn't really read this letter till this morning and had a chance to talk to the city manager. And I still think that a letter is appropriate. I have a couple of, and again, I apologize. I told Victor I would try to make the tweaks.
We did have one public comment, but I don't believe they're here, but we should probably call that.
Okay.
Sorry, that was our fault.
Susie Whitelaw? I don't believe she's here. No.
So, anyway, I had hoped to make a couple of little tweaks before we got this far, and I apologize. I mean, this meeting has been a tough one to do, to do anything about, except what we were doing at this meeting, so I was distracted. And if you want, I'll just be a couple of things specific, and again, I think we can craft a better letter, but my concerns basically is, Supervisor Foley has made it very, very clear that on shelters, if a city, will accept having a shelter in their city, that the county will jump in and do everything they possibly can to make that happen. She has been specific on shelter issues. Now we go into specific supportive housing, and City Attorney, and again, if you could just weigh in, I think I know the answer to this because I've been involved in studying this and dealing with this for a while. But shelters in a city and permanent supportive housing in the city, they're apples and oranges. There's 2 different degrees of how much input the city can have when permanent supportive housing comes in, which is basically none, as opposed to when they want to put a shelter in town. Much more restrictive, and is that kind of basically it in a nutshell?
Shelters are different than permanent supportive housing. They're defined differently.
Okay, very good. So going on, I think this letter kind of indicates that we're kind of lumping those 2 together, because we're talking about the county coming in and giving support. And where did this come from? And I know exactly where this, I won't call it a rumor, but I'll just say where this information was passed on to the public was by a person who's in a committee here. And again, I heard this personally. So yes, the county's going to jump in, and this person happens to be, I think, a volunteer at FAM, but this is not a FAM issue, trust me. I'm just putting it in context. Yes, FAM is going to buy motels, and the county's going to pay for it, is basically what was said. And I scratched my head at the time. then I've checked with the city manager, and haven't we done some research on this to say that, well, yes, there might be some money coming in to do that, but haven't we kind of established it's from the state, not the county?
So I made a call today to the county CEO, asked them, whether or not they provided any funding for housing in our community. He says he's not aware that the county has provided any funding for housing in the community, but there was some funding provided by Cal Optima, which he said is a state program, not a county program. And he did reiterate, and by the way, I got a call right before I came in here by the supervisor, but the CEO did say that he was definitely going to collaborate. If they're ever going to send money to our community, they intend to collaborate with us so that we're aware that they are funding a project in our community or whatnot. So they have made that commitment all along, and I think the letter, indicates they've made that commitment, and they have, again, they have confirmed that they will notify us before giving any money to housing projects in the community.
Okay,
Just to let you know, I'm just passing along what he
Sure,
said to me.
and I think a letter still should be sent. I'd like to have, documentation that we're sending, saying that we really expect that cooperation. I just want to tweak the wording in here on the, like an innuendo that was made, we've been told by community nonprofit organizations. I'm not sure that this person was speaking for a nonprofit. I think he was just making comments. And I would just, I think, and again, I apologize as I didn't get this to you. I don't want to put you on the spot. But I just think maybe we can get together and maybe just craft the letter a little bit differently so it's not looking like we think that permanent supportive housing and the comment she has made on shelters is one and the same.
Thanks, yeah, no, I agree. I don't want to force a letter that people are not in agreement with, but.
Well, my ask would be if we could put this over to the next meeting, and maybe you and I could.
I'm agreeable to that.
Would that be, and again, I apologize to the council
I mean, that sounds good. I mean, the letter as written appears to sort of insinuate that the county and/or Supervisor Foley have supported funding for permanent supportive housing, and we know that that's not the case.
And I think requesting that if that comes in the future, we'd like to be notified, and I think that's a fair
I can
thing.
work with her on it, yeah.
Sure, and so that's my only request, is that we put it over a couple of weeks, craft the letter, and still send that letter. I'm still in support of
Have
that.
fun with that, yeah. I think that's.
I would only add to this that I don't think that this letter is really necessary. She's already verbally said this over and over, that she will work with us, that she is in full cooperation. I think the letter is really just, it's not needed. And on the issue of the sand as well, the reason why Capitol Beach was able to receive that sand was because they had a scoop permit, which we used to have, but then we decided it was too expensive, and so we dismissed it, which is why when the sand became available, we weren't able to get it. So I'm hoping that's not a county thing until we have the scoop permit to ask for it. So it's really not on the county at all for why we didn't get that sand. So-
Could I ask the city
I
manager?
tend to agree that, like, I mean, why are we sending this letter? Like, we're sort of knocking out all of the things that are in there. It's like, why are we still sending it?
I do want to clarify on
Can
the
I- yeah,
sand
can I-
that
yeah, I had
the
a
city of
question.
Dana Point does not have a scoop permit. This was done through an emergency action through the Coastal Commission in the county. So that's what we want to do, is make sure that in the future, if this emergency kind of sand becomes available, we'd like to be on the list. And she asked me to write that letter. She asked me to write a letter to her office asking that if emergency sand becomes available, that we are very interested in taking that sand. So that part of the letter should probably be included, because she actually asked me to write that letter to her.
So
For the
and I
record.
just wanted to clarify that, because the scoop permit issue was not correct, yeah.
Well, as to the letter, I think you're absolutely right. She's been candid with our city manager. I think there's nothing wrong with reiterating that we want to keep a partnership with her. And I would ask Mark, if you wait till the next meeting, take a look at the letter and see what you think.
That's fine. I just personally think we already have a partnership with her. So and I'm afraid in writing this letter, it's sending a message that we don't have a partnership with her. That's my fear.
Well,
of
I'll tell you, she gets letters from councils all the time, requesting. I don't think that this will alienate her if the letter is in the right tone. I really don't. But again, if you just give us a couple weeks and just take a look, and then we're obviously going to have to discuss it again.
Okay, so what kind of action does council need to make to sort of like?
We're going to continue this
If that's
until next
consensus.
meeting?
Okay, we don't need to vote on it, just consensus?
You would vote to continue it.
Vote to continue it.
Put an ad hoc committee to massage the letter?
Okay, the motion, there's a motion to continue it by Councilmember Cabral.
Next meeting.
I will second that.
Okay,
With
Cabral.
a friendly amendment to that Victor and I are going to get together as a subcommittee to work on the letter. Is that?
Let's not talk about subcommittees. Let's
Okay, I'm sorry.
do what you want to do.
I'm sorry, I used the
Okay,
wrong
but
term.
okay, so the motion is to continue this letter item until the next meeting. Motion is Cabral, second is Leffler. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I'm opposed.
I'm opposed.
Okay, so the motion passes 3-2 with Enmeyer and Duncan opposed.
Okay, next item on the agenda is oral communications part 2. I will point out it's 10:58. Would you like to vote to continue the meeting past 11 o'clock?
I'll make a motion, we continue past to 11:15. Second.
Okay, motion is Noblock, second is Leffler. All in favor? Aye. Okay.
Okay.
How many
and,
comments?
Let's see here. I've got a few cards, but I think some of the people are gone. Bill Krutinger.
He's there.
Oh, there you are. Thank you.
Where'd you come from?
Jiffy, I believe, is no longer
Right.
here. Amanda Q. and Tony Rubolino. So
3?
Bill, Amanda, and Tony, you can line up.
Good evening, City Council and staff. A couple of things. I actually just emailed you, Mr. City Manager. Nothing you need to look at urgently, but I noticed a lot of residents were concerned about some cellular equipment. A few years ago, an associate of mine and I put on a presentation for the Planning Commission to try to assuage some of those kinds of concerns, and I'd be happy to try to put something like that together again. I also wanted to share that I learned that San Clemente is looking at bringing on an emergency management professional, and I think that's overdue and fantastic. I look forward to working with them in my role as Chief Radio Officer of Tri-Cities Races. And just some quick updates on that organization. We have a new repeater set up in the Dana Point Emergency Operations Center. We've got actually a bunch of new equipment in Dana Point. They've been great partners for us. And we were recently issued, actually just earlier today, a organizational call sign. So if you're a radio person, that matters. If you're not, you probably don't care. But I appreciate it.
Well,
So-
what is it?
Oh, it's KA6TCR. So we had to apply special to get TCR in there. But, yep. That's the latest, but I will be back soon because there's a countywide emergency communications exercise coming up on Saturday. And I do like to pop in after that to let you guys know how we did.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amanda Q.
So I attended the Coastal Resiliency Concept meeting last week, and I was appalled by the proposals for boulders and cobble at North Beach. And Mariposa and Cypress Cove. As a resident of over 50 years who spent more than half her life down at North Beach, I'm in strong opposition to the plans at North Beach. These proposals were done to recreate the reef at Trussell's. The Coastal Advisory Committee member did not mention that these plans were experimental plans. The consultant expert, Chris Webb, was asked if these plans were going to work, and he said he didn't know. So that's coming from an expert saying he didn't know if it was going to work. So these proposals were not even, haven't even been studied or recreated in a lab facility. So that is a big, huge red flag. I support a conservative approach, something naturally based, not something that's experimental. I support evidence-based data and not this experimentation, especially at our beaches, especially at North Beach. Both the Coastal Advisory Committee member and one of the North Beach Community Alliance members did speak in support of those plans, and so there's a turnaround a little bit, with the exception that the Coastal Advisory Committee member did say that she was concerned about the rocks as a mom, with little kids and diving in there, and the safety aspects of it. But another issue that I have to address, and I think it's going to be addressed by the city attorney, that there were 4 Coastal Advisory members at this meeting, and 3 of them spoke. So I was concerned about, actually 4, it was a quorum. So 3 of them spoke, and 2 basically introduced themselves as Coastal Advisory Committee members. So that was a concern, and I know that the city attorney is going to give everybody, new commission members and committee members, instruction on AB 1234. But I just wanted to let my fellow San Clemente residents keep that in mind about Brown Act violations or possible Brown Act violations. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Tony Ribolino?
City Clerk, is it too late to put a blue card in?
She can do it.
You don't have to ask, Chris. We know it's not too late. It's ridiculous.
Oh, thank you for that clarification, Tony.
Hey, my pleasure, You need a little assistance running the show here. So I understand that SHAM, also known as FAM, their lease is in closed discussion. And I'd just like to point out a few things here. There's going to come down to 3 votes that are needed to extend SHAM's lease when it comes up. We know that Chris, I'd like to convert every Southwest motel into permanent supportive housing. Duncan will probably vote in support of that. We know that Mark Porta Potty Onmeyer will probably vote in support of that as well. The question is, who is the 3rd vote to extend FAM's lease? So we know that their SHAM's revenue in 2022 is $12.5 million. We know that SHAM's revenue in 2021 was $17.5 million. We know that the former CEO, Elizabeth Andrade, in 2022 made almost $200,000 in her salary, $194,000 to be exact. SHAM's rent on the city-owned building is approximately $6,500 a month, which I believe is a 50% discount, which equates to the city losing out on nearly $80,000 of annual rental income. You just can't make that call to offer that away on behalf of the city residents and taxpayers. I'd also like to highlight that there was I believe, a board member who talked about permanent supportive housing.
Permanent supportive housing. That's a big issue, not a wholesale issue. That you either have to be behind or you're not. And permanent supportive housing, we're looking at buying a motel, 12-unit motel in town to turn into permanent supportive housing. That should be a human affairs committee thing. And you guys should be involved and you should help finance that. It's a big thing for the city.
We know that South Orange County Cities lists SHAM as a primary processing agency in San Clemente, regardless of the satellites that are throughout the county. So we also know that Adam Atamian attested to the Supreme Court that 70 to 80% of the homeless in town originate from outside of the city. So you got to start connecting the dots and getting a clearer picture here with the homeless population that are present. Are we actually encouraging that by FAM's presence in San Clemente? So when Mark throws out those phony statistics or Sham does that, disregard all of that. Don't listen to any of that kind of stuff. Focus on what is going on, boots in the ground, the reality of the matter. So thank you.
Thank you.
Shelley Moore?
I was just going to talk about money. I noticed everything on here is costing us money.
Hold on the mic.
It's just us. Okay, everything's costing us money. I mean, everything was money, money, money. Yet, I know we just spent $10 million on pickleball and for temporary courts. And I'm a little horrified that less than 5% of the people in town play pickleball. Yet 95% of us have to pay for them to play pickleball. I mean, it's ridiculous. Again, money. The motels down the south part of town have always been a disaster, especially since they emptied out Santa Ana and threw all the homeless down there. This is money. I mean, every other beach town you go to, their crappiest motel is charging $300 a night, and our code enforcement, they don't go over there, they don't clean them, they don't making sure there's bed bugs, they don't keep the crime, they don't keep the drugs out of there. That's serious money we could be, and now we're just gonna bring homeless and put it in there, which is, we need money to pay for all this stuff. So I look at this and I just think, why are 95% of us paying for all these things that aren't helping 95% of us? I mean, I want my money to go towards things, we don't have sand, how much sand would $10 million? You know, any one of these things, I think pretty much $10 million would have covered everything on the thing tonight. So, thank you.
That's it for public comments for Communications Part 2. Future agenda items.
I have a matter, Mr. Mayor, yes. I'd like to propose that we prepare a staff report on the status of the cell tower discussed earlier today by homeowners. I'd like to look at the contract, the extension from the 1994 contract, the current status of that tower that's affecting several new neighborhoods, including Harbor View, Harbor Ridge, and Rancho San Clemente.
I'll second that. Can I add a friendly amendment that we also, let me know if this is incorrect or not. Can we put in a moratorium right now until we've had that staff report? Okay, never mind. But yes, I'll second.
However, I think the city manager had stated something.
The town hall type thing?
Yeah, I think it's really important that we have a workshop with the residents. And then I think it'd be very appropriate for us to bring to you just exactly what authority the city council has when it comes to cell towers. Much like some of the other things that you've got to deal with, there are some FCC regulations that are going to make it very difficult for the city council to regulate cell towers. And we all know that, and it's very frustrating, but it doesn't change the facts that it's very difficult to regulate cell towers. They have a lot, in fact, we can't even look at, for example, we can't even look at radiation on cell towers as a factor. It cannot be discussed, it cannot be looked at. And that's straight from the federal government. So I think it's important for people to understand what limitations you have when we are looking at cellular facilities. It's very difficult.
Go ahead, but the motion is to have it at the next meeting.
Yes.
And that is seconded.
I'll go with third for staff report.
A third, and I'll support that too. But there's also part of that motion is that the city manager will have a workshop before the next meeting.
He's already agreed to that, though.
But that's before the next meeting? Okay.
I don't know if they can get together.
Okay.
Can I add a comment, though, but by the way, on this? Huh?
I'm kidding, go ahead.
Now I'm going to get a long comment. I happen to know Courtney and Andrew Morrow, who
I'm sorry to interrupt, but there can't be comments right now. You're just
Discussion on the motion.
Yes, it's just agendizing the item. The discussion should be the next time.
Yes, we can bring that up at the next one. We're
okay.
just talking about supporting the motion.
Oh, yeah, I was
Thank
kind of
you, City
supporting the
Attorney.
city manager on something he said,
Okay.
but I don't, he doesn't need support.
I think we have more than three then for the staff report for the next meeting, and, okay. And then, anybody else? He wants to talk about, he knows people. Come on.
That wasn't my point, but thank you, Chris.
Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying again.
We know you know people. Okay.
I would like to ask my council members to consider agendizing and discussing our open space ordinance, our open space zoning, excuse me. We have a situation at the base of Pico with some open space that is currently being considered for a battery farm. And I don't want to get into that issue, but I want to agendize a discussion about our zoning ordinance because the current open space zoning doesn't, requires, under Measure V, a vote of the citizens to change open space. But there's an exception for open space zoning that says utilities are not a violation of the open space use. But I want the council to consider looking at the definition of utilities, because an arbitrage type battery storage and resale facility it sounds like a utility, but it's really not. I'm not sure if it is, because what I've seen and heard from this project is, at least from website information, it's a kind of a green energy related thing where there may be some solar energy bought and put into the system, into the grid. So I just want to know if there's any appetite for discussing the open space zoning and the definition of utilities, and consider the possibility of modifying our code to clarify exactly what kind of utility can or cannot be put into our open space zoning. I don't know if that's too fuzzy, but
I would support that.
I think that's something that we should be discussing with the city manager. We don't need to agendize at a meeting. That's the thing that I have a problem with. We just agendize so much stuff. I mean, this is stuff, all you have to do is get a briefing from the city manager.
Well,
And if there's some issue, then you can bring it back.
well, I have discussed it with the city manager, and the issue is that we have a pending application for a battery storage facility that is being proposed. I thought it was one that was filed years ago and was dead, but apparently it's not. And the issue, whether or not that project goes forward, is a function of what our zoning standards are for open space, the utility exception that is attached to our current zoning. Now, there's other issues with the project I don't need to get into, because they don't own the land. There's other technical issues that are serious, but I think that's one that we need to consider possibly doing a zone change or a zoning amendment. I'm not sure if this is the proper time, but I'd like staff to at least look at it and say, we need to pull that over to the next planning, zoning amendment
This is something
discussion.
that's like an emergency, though, so I mean, this
Not
could
a-
be
it's not an
kind of
emergency.
I mean, we could give them some time.
Yeah.
It's something we have to bring back in the next couple
I-
of meetings,
completely,
right?
completely.
We're anticipating,
The
though.
next month or two, or whenever it's,
Two.
whenever
Is there a
the,
third for that? Okay, there's two. All right, okay. Well, two gets it on the agenda at a future meeting.
and time-wise, within the next couple months.
We're at 11:15.
I don't have
Make a
anything
motion
else.
till 11:30?
I'll move that we extend the meeting till 11:30.
Second.
That motion is Enmeyer, second is Lafleur. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
All right,
Wood chips?
I have a few things, yeah. Wood chips is one of them, yes. I would ask that we direct staff to come back with a staff report on why we have wood chips in San Gregorio Park, and what would it take to remove those wood chips.
I think we've had conversations about this as city manager and the director of Parks and Recs. We went out to the location. I think they're actually working on a plan already about possibly doing, is that true?
There is some discussion about, is there a way to maybe use both, to where you could, There are some areas where the wood chips might be a little softer, where there could be a potential fall, so that the foam isn't very soft. And then other areas where maybe we could put in some of the foam so it's a little bit more accessible to some areas. So I think we'd like to come back with a plan that works, that probably incorporates both. I think they're both a good product, it just depends on where they're used. You want to use them in the right place.
Is this something the council has to deal with,
Okay, so
though?
here's the issue, and I'll second the motion with the understanding that this is going to be alternatives to what the current thing is. If we don't have it agendized, we're going to hear from those folks. I believe she is going to have actually, I think there's a petition already started on it, so I think it's.
Solve the problem already.
Well, but I think they'll want to see that we're openly discussing it. That's just my sense, so.
And if there is a,
Is there a
policy
third?
that we need.
Okay.
There's no time, I mean, the problem I have with a lot of this stuff is that, we put a lot of stuff.
We need to have the packet in Wednesday.
Yeah.
Yeah, we put a lot of stuff on the city managers and city staffs, and
100% agree.
No,
it's not all urgent.
And I agree. This does not have to be in the next meeting, but I would like a staff report to see what is being done with this, and if you need direction from council in terms of cost on that.
We'll get after it, we'll have it for you very soon.
Thank you.
Okay.
A couple other things, not for our staff, but for some of the committees. One, our Public Safety Committee. A year ago, we heard from, though I wasn't on council at the time.
Prior chair ran it into the ground.
Yeah. But we heard from the previous chair about e-bike safety. And I would love to get some more feedback from the Committee on Public Safety. There's several ordinances being thrown out there in Huntington Beach and Carlsbad. I'd like to see some recommendations put forth on, from the Public Safety Committee on what can be done for e-bike safety.
Yeah,
We did that 2 meetings ago.
well, and I went to the last meeting, and of course, they've just put a couple of new members on there in the last couple of months. They're, now they're fully staffed. And I've already talked to Danielle about getting these things back on the agenda. There's been kind of a slowdown, and e-bike safety is one of them. The park ranger thing is another one. And I think that there's going to be some expediting.
Sorry, correct me if I'm wrong. Are we okay to, as individual council members, give direction to these committees?
Well, you can go to a council, you can go to the committee meeting, and you can certainly, you can chat with any two committee members at any time you want to. They make meetings all the time with council people.
Right, so you can do that, but we already gave them direction to bring back something on e-bike safety.
Yeah, I think that's already been
They're just
done.
not prepared to do it yet.
Okay. Next one is in our.
In fact, they recommended they look at those particular.
Yes.
And Irvine apparently has done something recently too about licensing also.
Yes, so we can get some recommendations from them on ordinances that might be good for our city. Yes. Next one would be our Human Affairs Committee. I brought this up last time. I didn't receive support. I would like to try again, that we direct the Human Affairs Committee to look into solutions for our homeless situation in San Clemente. This isn't them coming up with any policies, it's them coming up with recommendations to bring back to the council of what can we do.
Remind me, did we do the homeless subcommittee on there, or do we not have that?
No, we
don't have that.
We do not have a homeless
But
subcommittee in the Human
doesn't
Affairs.
the Human Affairs Committee still have the homeless issue on their work plan?
No, but when asked earlier, looking back at their minutes, they said, we are looking for direction from the council to address homelessness. So I'd like to give them direction from here to start addressing homelessness.
Well, I think we would, I think the issue is that would take it's either in their work plan or it's not. If it's not in their work plan, then we need to revise the work plan. If it's in the work plan, then they're already supposed to be looking at it. And I don't know that we need council, we need the
Well,
city.
can I get just a clarification on the difference between committee and commission in terms of what we cannot direct them to do?
Yeah, I don't want to tell the council how they do their business, but it's typical that the difference between a commission and a committee is that the commission will bring to you a work plan saying these are the things we're going to work on as a commission. A committee is really, the council provides them direction. They're a committee that you're asking them to go out, get information, and come back to you with advice. They're an advisory committee. So you drive the work plan for a committee, whereas commissions will present you. But things have been done differently a little bit here, and so that's one of the things we want to clarify, even in perhaps a city council retreat, is kind of the difference between how you use your committees and how you use your commissions. Typically, a committee is driven by direction from the council. And I don't know if that answers your question.
No,
I was trying to answer you.
But they have a work, they do have a work plan.
I'm just asking that in that work plan, that we direct them that homelessness should be what they, an issue that they focus on in the committee.
We haven't, have we approved the Human Affairs, their recent work plan? I don't think we have. Have they submitted it? Because I think
It needs a little bit more work.
it needs more work. Well, and
So
here's
can we direct them in that?
we can look at their work plan, and you can tweak that work plan.
But why can't we direct them now to work on their work plan now so that it's
Well,
included
they
in
are
there?
working, they are working, they submitted one, right? And then you,
Staff needed to work a little bit more on the staff report.
Yeah.
Well,
Yes, but I'm saying we can direct them now to include homelessness in their work plan.
yes, and it is, but it might not be specific enough of what you want them to specifically work on.
I think it might be better when they present the work plan to provide that direction.
And then we tweak it and
Because-
send it back to them.
Yeah.
That is how it works. So they put one in, we look at it, we don't approve it as it is. We can put tweaks in it and then send it back. And I think that's pretty close. I mean, they did submit the work plan, and I guess it got kicked back for, from staff.
I think the point is, I don't think we need a future agenda item about this.
No, it's not an agenda item. I'm saying all I want is that our council can direct the Human Affairs Committee to start addressing homelessness.
I think we have consensus, at least we have three anymore that.
Yeah, well, as soon as
we
we
have
see the
three
work
that
plan,
they
if there's
should-
something else we want to work on, we'll.
Can we convey
tweak it.
that we want to see that in the work plan? Okay.
Great, thank you. That was all I was hoping for.
It's already in the work
Yeah,
plan.
that's all.
Leffler, Duncan, and Enmeyer. It's always in the work plan.
I have another item. Are you done? Yeah. I have one very quick one.
Okay.
Earlier this evening, George Gregory talked about our trolleys and having surfboard racks on the back of the trolley, which quite frankly is a really good idea, considering the number of surfers we have. And I don't know that we need to agendize this, maybe just ask the city manager to consider that request and.
Well, it's already on the back of the Dana Point one,
Yeah,
so
right.
you use whatever
But
they
don't-
got.
They don't, yeah.
You give George a
They
ladder,
clearly got
and
the
all of a sudden now
technology.
there's something at every meeting now. You give them a ladder and
Maybe
it's
just a
opened up
tray
Pandora's
report to
box.
say we can do it.
Might have surf.
I don't need to agendize, just maybe a tray memo just to let us know what's happening on that. Great idea.
Yes, thank you. Okay. I think we're done with agenda items.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We have.
Reports? City manager report.
Anybody have any reports, commissions or committees?
I'm going to hold off on them.
Yeah, thank you. Subcommittee? No. Council members? No, other than we went to the Cal Cities and it was good. Victor, Mark and I. Yeah, okay. City Attorney?
I have nothing to report, except it's a pleasure to serve the city of San Clemente.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pension herself.
City Manager, also a pleasure to serve?
It's absolute pleasure.
Okay, good.
Um,
Just checking.
There's one contract that that I want to bring to your attention, and that is with Summit Environmental. There was a preparation of documents to support the California Lands lease proposal, $14,400. And that's it. Thank you.
All right.
Unless there's anything else, I'll move that we adjourn on the next item.
Okay, well.
Ready for a motion, or do you?
Yeah, I just want to make the point, we are adjourning in memory of San Clemente Fire Department Chief Ronnie Coleman. We talked about him earlier, but feel free to make the motion.
With that in mind, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move we adjourn to the next regular council meeting, which is scheduled to take place on October 17th. Closed session to begin at 5 p.m. Regular business meeting to begin at 6 p.m. The meeting will take place in the council chambers located at 910 Cali Negocio, second floor, San Clemente, California.
I'll second.
Motion is Noblock, second is Cabral. I'd also note, my wife reminded me earlier today, it's our 15-year wedding anniversary today, which I forgot. So in memory of my marriage as well, we'll adjourn.
So that's what you want to close?
Okay. All right.
Half an hour.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, it's unanimous.
Congratulations.